Oh my god. Why do you do this to me? Can you guys see me? I don't know. It's working on OBS, but YouTube it's not working. If you guys can see me, let me know. Okay. Whatever. Alright, we'll just do it from here then. Alright, sweet. Alright, everyone. Thank you for coming. Alrighty. Well, as you can see, I got a list builder pulled up. Alright, so let me share this and then we'll go. I don't know how to share this. Oh, this works. Give me 1 second, I want to share this. And then we'll go. Sorry, this is taking so long. Alright, I think I figured it out. Very annoying. I'll figure it out better for next time. Alrighty. Where is this? Alright, sweet. I figured it out. Let's do this. Alright, everyone. Thank you for showing up. First, I have a spectacle pulled up, but I think that's kind of lame. We'll do that later. That one's easy. First, let's do some more interesting ones. I think we should start with something kind of simple, like Reaper's Wager. Let's do that. All right. So Reaper's Wager. Let's make a list. I think Reaper's Wager is kind of not really viable for teams. So it's gonna be a singles formation. Because if you're playing teams, there's no reason not to play Cartel, Spectral Spite, even Coven somewhat over Reaper's Wager for teams. So we're gonna do this as a generic take it all's comer Reaper Wager type list. Alrighty. Start with Lady Mouse. As you know, that's her. We got at least one Archon. Probably taking two, but how are you doing enhancements here? Start with the, go fast scouting enhancement. Maybe Drazar. We'll see. Get the points for him. I take one Cavalites against my will. Definitely taking some Scourges. Start with one of each. What's his weapon called? Oh, I was already set to it. This one needs to be Dark Lances. All right. All right. Oh, I forgot Lilith. You guys gonna let me forget Lilith. All right. Lilith. Sadly, all the Harlequin stuff is so bad. It'd be interesting perspective on this attachment if any of it was playable. Whatever, you can be the Warlord. Witches. All right. So that's kind of the core. I'm just kidding, core 800 points. Never mind. This is a Reaper's Wager. So core actually comes with these boyos. All right. Reaper's Wager doesn't need the max amount of Hellions, but you're probably going to run them anyways because it's pretty much the best damage data sheet you got. One of, if not the best. Yes, Marine. You can do that. It used to be able to all I played CSM with the first Worlds, for instance. Played 30 Chosen. That was fun. Gave Nassim some PTSD. Alright. I personally like the 6-man in Reavers. Alright. There's one thing this annoys me. Since, let's see. How do I pop it up? Sorry. Issue is I can't see the stream on YouTube. So I don't know, like, hypothetically, if anyone does anything except the little chat I have here. So, like, hypothetically, if anyone says anything, like sends a membership or anything, I can't see it. It's really annoying me. I'm sorry if anyone does anything like that. But we'll continue. All right. If you guys know me, you know I like Reavers. And I like 6-man Reavers. So we're definitely taking 6-man Reavers. Because they could do funny stuff in this attachment. Be careful, G. So we're definitely taking at least 2 squads. Should default with a Heat Lance. Oh, it doesn't do that. Oh, does it default with this guy with the Heat Lance? Oh, that's why. Funny. Alright. I'm cheating. Alright, cool, we fix it. So, alright. So that, what I would say, is mostly the core. Obviously, Hellions doesn't have to be 20. It's okay, Jake. Come in later, though. I would definitely say 1 10-man and 1 to 2 5-mans is definitely the minimum, really. This attachment you can kind of run Incubi though, so it's not as bad for not getting Hellions. And like this attachment can do kind of cute things. Hello, Mark. Like deep striking Incubi, but the issue is Incubi are just so much worse than Hellions. They're nichely decent in this meta because of what's it called? Vetrix Guard. Yeah, that's kind of the issue with Malice. Why I dislike her. Yeah, she does nothing, and her damage is kind of bad. But the issue is Sent. Vetrix Guard is both the best and the most prolific army in the game. She's mandatory, which sucks. It does feel really bad. In my opinion, she's the worst fact in the game. But I think she is mandatory. As someone who despises her, someone who didn't take her to Worlds, even though everyone said she was mandatory, I can attest to you that she's not mandatory, except in specific instances, which I think right now it is. And then a lot of times she's awful, which sucks. Like I play against gun armies all the time, and she doesn't do anything. But it's still that, obviously we're not taking a power sword. We're taking a husk blade. Because Vetrix has the most amount of combat strats in the game that are all imperative. They have AOC, they have reactive move, they potentially have interrupt, and they potentially have fight on death if they play generic Gladys, which is very team specifically. Like if you're gonna be like an anti-melee army, they'll play Gladys just so they fight on death. They have fallback, shoot, advance, and charge. So they're like a 5 strat army that are all within melee army range, and it's such an army that you have to one shot because you can't let them survive because they'll just kill you. That you can't just let them stay alive, so you need to efficiently just murderize them, and it sucks. They're OP, and it's cringe. And it's not just the Vetrix, because you have to deal with the Vetrix or you're going to lose period. But if you whiff on the Vetrix, you also have 2 to 3 Redemptors or a Land Raider or a bunch of Indicators behind you, and you'll get tabled instantly. So you both have to kill the Vetrix efficiently, fast, and well, and then not get molested otherwise. And it's helpful into niche other matchups, like if you're scared into orcs or other things, like any army with randomly elite infantry models, it's randomly funny. She's not great. But I would say if I'm telling you to run Malice as the biggest Malice hater in the world, we're kind of at the point where you have to run her, which sucks. Because I hate her. Inspector's Fight. I love her and every other attachment. Alright, so this is a pretty good core. Oh, we have Mandrakes. How could we forget Mandrakes? Mandrakes are fine. I've always said Mandrakes are fine. I just don't personally play them because my list is so what's the word? So condensed or something that I only have room for one non-like Spectacle Spite witch unit, which it's that or Chronos, and I value my first Chronos over any other unit. Mandrakes are fine. If I had 5 more points, I'd probably replace my 3-man Reaver with a Mandrake, for instance. But I don't have 5 points. I have 70 points exactly extra. Mandrakes are not like I think they're weirdly overhyped. People like to talk about their damage. They don't have damage. Their damage is fake. But they're cute. They kind of sit on objectives, and Lone Up is nichely fine. But yeah. Alrighty. So we got 1670 points. You like Talus in this detachment? This is Reapers? I quite like Taluses. Hypothetically. Taluses are an awkward unit right now. Where they are... We're probably taking a Chronos too. Very niche. We take Scalpels. Because we want the job of being good and not just being really bad at everything. This Gauntlet is cute, but it hits on 4s, and it doesn't have twin linked. So I'd rather just have the twin linked hitting on 3s. Like hitting on 4s without twin link sucks. Especially in, like, if you think about Vetrix, the Scalpel's strictly better. But they're kind of awkward because they're expensive. Like, they're not that expensive, but they are expensive in the grand scheme of things. They don't shoot that hard. They don't do melee that hard. So you gotta need to be in a meta where both Haywire Blasters and a fight on death guy with that profile is pretty good. So like say something maybe like Custodes. They technically take some amount of vehicles and they really don't like charging Taloses because you will lose 2 to 4 Custodian on the fight on death. So you need to be in some type of meta where the free fight on death combined with the free shooting and the random amount of durability is really good. I don't think we're in the meta at the moment. And they compare unfavorably to Hellions. Not Hellions, well, Hellions too, but everything compares unfavorable to Hellions. To Scourges. Scourges are cheaper. Scourges pretty much have better shooting. And they have under interactability. So you need the damage of the melee and the durability to be useful to make Taluses worth it compared to more Scourges. And Taluses are also somewhat a non-bow, where Drukhari notoriously does not care about anti-tank because you have like 3 Venoms and that's your only vehicles in your army. So your opponent running anti-tank is a complete waste of time. But when you take Taluses, you open up to being weaker to anti-tank. But this is not me saying Talus is bad. This is just saying why sometimes they're not useful. I got to think about the meta. I think currently they're not too good at the current meta because there's not too much things that are scared of its fight on death. Like Blood Angels don't like the fight on death too much. Only Lamarties. What other melee armies we got? Space Wolves don't care too much. What are the World Eaters? You're gonna kill like 4 to 6 Berserkers out of 20. That's not gonna do anything. Yeah, I think Taluses just aren't great in the current meta. Dark Angels, they're really bad at Dark Angels. Definitely not laugh at them while also beating the shit out of them. So they're really bad in Dark Angels, both for like Lionel Johnson, Deathwing Knights, stuff like that. So not great there. Let's see what's like a power melee army. Yeah, you're right there. Really, real stinky to Dark Angels. I just think they're not great in the current meta. And like I said, being more expensive than Scourges, which I also think are already too expensive to begin with, it's kind of like, but I don't think we're going to take them. I'd rather have more take it all generically useful, because I think Taluses are niche. Nichely good. Just not a niche we're in. All right. So we have 200, almost 50 points left. Like, the issue I have with this guy that people love is this guy is so goddamn expensive in Solitaire. Like, his melee profile, I'm going to say, is bad. It's not a good melee profile. His speed is cute, but you're playing the fastest army in the game, so his speed is kind of niche. 5 first is okay. It's nice having 2 5 firsts. And loan up is cute, but when you cost under 15 points and you're only OC1, loan up loses lots of value. It's another reason, one of the many reasons people like Mephiston are fucking dog ass. Solitaire at least can kill things unlike Mephiston. Oh, I want Court of the Archon. What am I doing? Yeah, I want to do Archon, double Archon, 1 which has Court. Yeah. I'm not taking the Deep Strike enhancement. That shit sucks. All right. Or Hand the Archon, whatever they call it nowadays. Yeah, Hand the Archon. We love you, Hand the Archon. Big fan of this unit. Get out of your Stinger pistol. That thing sucks. What am I missing? I have an extra Reaver somewhere. There you go, fix it. And the Archon with all the weapons. All right, cool. Out of Splinter Cannon, we're taking a Darklands. What's my special weapon? Where's my blaster? There it is. We're blasting. All right. These are 70 points. So we could buy more Reavers. Oh, damn, I have too much Reavers. I don't need to buy a second man. So I have 140 points. 140 points left. So we need 2 Venoms. So we actually only have 70 points left over for both our hand and our Cavalites. God, Cavalites are so expensive. This sucks. This army's so hard to build when you're not playing Spectacles Fight. Player day, she suck. So we got all the. I funnily just made like a weird Spectacles Fight list. I didn't. Mandrakes, and. So that's the only thing I play at the high level. No. You can play. Cavalry Cartel is nichely better. I think Spectacles Fight Cartel, the only thing you can play at the very high level, but you can win a GT with Reaper's Wager too. Obviously, people have done it. Those are like the 3 I would, actually take the GTs and expect to do good into. But what do you got here? I don't know any of these are. Purple. Yeah, top B. I don't think I like 3 Reavers in attachment. Yeah, no, you can win with anything. Like, I'm not saying it's incapable of winning. I'm saying in general what you're most likely to win with. You can win with any attachment in 40k. I've done it with 10 billion G attachments. It's just based on skill. But the best chance will give you playing these 3 attachments. And Coven nichely depending on the meta. Because sometimes 6 Houses and Scourges with AOC and -1 to wound is very good. Not now, but depends on the meta. And if racks were not the most overpriced thing in the book. What do we do with 70 points? God, why are Cavalites 115? GW, please. Dying here. Like, I really want like a Drazar and an Incubi, but like, what do I cut? How much points do I need to do that? To take those silly little men. Probably cut a Mandrake. I don't really care about that. 215 plus potentially a transport. 105 points. That's a lot. Why is all the cartel stuff so expensive? GW, please. It's making me sad. I like Mr. Kronos. Mr. Kronos is cool. Alright. I think Drazar dream is over. 07 to Drazar. Get those 2. Get those. Get those. Get those. Get those. Like 3 Scourges. A really bad Spectacles Fight list. It's like Persuader. You can play everything, every model. That's fine. What do I need? I need to cut 60 points. I want to run 3 Scourges. I don't want to run 3 Scourges. How about that? I don't even like Scourges. What attachment should I do next? Scanning against Sky Splinter. Yeah, screw it. Reavers are fine. Alright, here's the list. Alright, first, we got Lady Mouse, Lilith, Archon with Arc Raider. So he's got the Scout, normal Archon, Cavalites and Witches, 1 hand, 2 Mandrakes, 2. I think I went Haywire. Could be 1 or either. It's just up to preference. No, I went one of both. One of each Scourges, Dark Lance, and Haywire. Well, that one's not. Now it's Dark Lance and Haywire. And if you play into the Zinch Demons, you'll cry, but you know it is what it is. Raider, 2 Venoms, 20 Aliens, 6 Mana Reaver, and 2 3-mana Reavers with 1 Chronos. So it's very similar. It's a lot of witch units, mostly because they're the best in the book, with the nichely okay units. This is, Reaper's Raider, you play everything. So two Scourges, 2 Mandrakes, and Cabalites for non-witch cult duders. All right, it's the list. If anyone has any questions, you can let me know. Let me check something real quick before we do the next one. I just go primary, that's interjected this list. That's kind of the issue with Dracari in general. You'll do things like sticking, trying to, Mandrake's a lone op, so it depends on what you can play against. Just your vehicle sometimes. But a lot of, the center probably won't be to your focus too much. Like in a lot of times, the 40k center is usually suicidal. But yeah, it'll just be like doing things like Reavers, Mandrakes, Sticky, and whatever the hell I just said. The other thing. Mandrakes. I don't know if I said that. But yeah, one of those things. Holding midfield objectives is kind of the hardest thing for Chikari to do, but those things you can try to do. A lot of times this will be like, holding your primary, your side objective, while stopping your opponent from scoring primary and killing all their stuff. Stuff like that. This attachment's quite fast, so you can easily dive them. Oh, thank you. Appreciate it. All right, so yeah, that's that. Let's go to the next one. What do you guys want to see? I got all of them to do. We got Reaper, Sky Splinter, Spectacle, Coven. Make a real space raid. Yeah, let's do real space. I gotta make sure I recognize all the strats before I do this. I think I know. This is the one I haven't recorded or review yet. All right, I got -1 damage. We got -1 to hit. Yeah, that's it. A really bad +1 to hit strat. Lethal hits for racks. Cool. A really bad auto of in 6, and then the fire and fade. All right, yeah. All right, let's do some real space raid. All right. I don't even know if we're gonna take a Homunculus. All right, let's do Cavalite Cartel then. That's fine. Cavalite Cartel. Do I have Cavalite? I do not. Lol. All right. Cavalite. There it is. Blind. All right, this one's easy. I've been on 1,000 of these lists recently. Oh, okay. I don't know why I think got retracted. Unless you delete it yourself. That's fine. Alrighty. I'm a big fan of Drowser's attachment. I think if you don't take Drowser's attachment, you're kind of silly. I think Drowser is underused in this game, this faction in general. I don't know why people don't bring him. It's really good. All right. After playing a lot of cartel games, it's hard to build lists. I'm less of a fan of Ravagers. Not to cut them, I think I'm only going to run one. And probably only 2 Scourges. The list, the models you have to take are so goddamn expensive. You run out of the ability to do stuff like board presence, and you get kind of jailed or stuck in really easily. I think I need to bring more Cavalites or Hand of the Archon or a third squad of Mandrakes, which kind of sucks. Why the hell is this thing 20 points? Which I didn't want to do, but I think you do. I'm thinking maybe even Information Network, which is weird. We're taking double Archon. Get to that. Let me switch his weapon. I think we are taking double Cavalier Warriors against my will. Ugh. All right, at least one Incubite. Yeah, I like it on surface. It's just they're way too expensive per model. But I've had a lot of games where I'm kind of turn 2, 3. I've lost most of my units. Yeah, that part's cute. But I've lost like most of my units by like turn 2 or 3, like my important units that aren't Scourges, and then I'm kind of can't do anything. And then the Protect the Scourge game is over. My Scourges die. So yeah, probably gonna do this. God, that's so expensive though. Righty, Mandrakes. These 2 squads of 5. I don't really get the 10-man. Someone wants to try and explain it to me. I've thought about it. I've played it. It's just like not great. Like the play of infiltrating 10 models on the first infiltrate is like fine. That requires an opponent that cares about infiltrate, which most armies don't. Which is a very niche ability nowadays. I like 5 bands. Their damage is fake. I do literally no damage. Just filler points. Alright, Scourges. Whatever. Target weapon doesn't matter. Take Dark Lances. Obviously. Haywire is kind of a meme in this attachment. Yeah, I'm thinking we're only taking 2 Scourges, which is kind of weird. But that's the games I've had. Vehicle. Ravager. One second. Sorry, I'm looking at something. Is the Archon load attachment or meds? Oh shit. Let me mute this. Alright, so Archon loadout detachment or meta dependent. He's always gonna be Huskblade. The only technically I would say choice is the sword is kind of slightly interesting in Vetrix. But you also have to pick Incubi with him to do that, because then he doesn't have to have baseline. That's it, because the sword is just slightly better in Vetrix than the Huskblade is, but the Huskblade is better everywhere else. The Agonizer is a complete meme. Don't do that. That is it falls into the trap of, if I play into this one specific instance, it's actually pretty good, but 99% of the times it's terrible. Or yeah, No. The Ravager, I didn't even switch weapons yet. He's going to have the DCs. A Ravager Dark Lance is terrible. Don't do that ever. It's just really bad Scourge at that point. Alrighty. So this is kind of what the starting. Oh, my hand. I love my hand. Big fan of hand the Archon. They're just too expensive. Which builder is this? This is List Forge. The best builder in my opinion. List Forge. Just look up List Forge 40k, whatever on Google, it'll pop up. Finger pistol. Oh, I see. Forward. Dark Lance. Alright, cool. So it's 1340. Yeah, hand is really good in this attachment. Giving these guys lethals, and then they can get sustained, and then crits on 5s with 4 real state. Real sexy. Big fan of that unit. I'm just annoyed the hand Archon ability doesn't work when they're transported, so you lose your day sheet ability. Come on, GW. At the moment, we might need 3 Venoms. It leaves a lot of points. Oh, oops, I want to buy their guns first. Boop, 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 boop. Cannons. Okay. You yelling at me? I gotta buy Warlord. Drazar, you gotta be the Warlord. Go Drazar. Okay, Drazar with Incubi, Lady Mouse with Cabs, Archon with Cabs, Archon with Hand. Okay, that's pretty good. Alrighty. Does anyone have any units? Obviously, I have the ones in my mind. Anyone have any units that they like in this detachment? And any reason why? You'll see the opinions of the peoples. Alright, this detachment, the Chronoses are fine. I don't think this is the least Chronos dependent detachment possible, but it's definitely an option. The hardest thing with this detachment is finding like the shitty non-Cabalite units to run, like if you're running Reavers or Hellions or stuff like that. Because they're mostly points kind of efficient, but they're still not the most points efficient in the grand scheme of things. So it's kind of hard to pick the best ones. I usually just take some Reavers, but if people have Hellions, I can understand why. I don't think there's any more characters I need to take. I think we go take our 10-man Incubi, as we always do. We upload a video about how to play Cavalry Cartel. Yeah, sure, I can do that. My next gameplay video is me playing against Tzeentch Demons. So you can watch that. Probably be tonight. But how to play? Yeah. Cavalry's weird and is really hard to play. Being essentially, because it's the only true combined arms detachment. Every other detachment is heavily melee favored with maybe some incentives taking guns. This one is very much, you should be very, as close to 50-50 as possible within reason, which makes it very strange. Alright, so we got our 10-man Deep Strike Incubi, we got our 5-man with Drazar. Yes, we are going to build a Coven list. We'll build every list. We'll do Coven next. Coven's fun. Alright, so we got 1780 points. We'll definitely buy our Reaver squad. Boop, boop, boop. There's one Reaver. Maybe 2 Ravagers and 2 Venom Scourges. I just don't think you do 3 and 2 that I was doing before. That's just too much. I'm thinking of going to 3 squads of Mandrakes, though, which is kind of icky. Icky. I could do something like this. I kind of like this list a lot. See the list. Got Drazar, Lady Mouse, 2 Archons. Oh shit! No, I forgot Web Whale. Shoots up my points. Is there anything I can do if I cut this guy? 30 points. So I can upgrade a Ravager Reaver to something for 100 points. Alright, boys, we gotta fix this list now. Yeah, thank you. Look at this dog. My name's Daisy. All right, dog. All right, she wants it. No more doggy. Sorry. Maybe the other one will show up. All right. What do you got to do with these 30 points? Can't upgrade anything. Scourges. Anything for like 100 points we can take? No, 2 Cross is 110. Can't do that either. We can upgrade both Reavers to Hellions. That's kind of interesting. I kind of like that idea. Get some early game stuff. I'll do that. I like that better. The Reavers always felt like whatever in this attachment. Now that we have a bunch of Infiltrate and a bunch of Mandrakes, I don't think the Reavers are important. All right, this is list. I like this list a lot. All right, Drazar, Lady Mouse. 2 Archons with the Infiltrate plus Webway all enhancement. And since we have 3 squads of Cavalites, we can infiltrate all 3 of them, which is really good. It's really nice with the hand, giving that scout infiltrate. Like in certain matchups, you can even infiltrate him with the melee hand and then maybe do some turn 1 beating the shit out of people. Because turn 1, especially if you're like certain matchups where you can get the, you know, you trigger the contract on something you plan to kill, charging a hand of the Archon plus an Archon turn 1 will beat the shit out of it. It'll be lethal, sustained crits on 5s potentially. If you want to spend the CP, you have an Archon, you'll have the CP. So yeah, crits on 5s, reroll hits. Whee! Splinter them to death. So yeah, 2 Archons with Webway all information network. Webway all go with the 10-man Incubi. 2 Cavalier Warriors, hand of the Archon. 2 Incubi, one which is a 10-man. 3 Mandrake squads. Like I said, I don't really like the 10-man Mandrake. I don't really know why you would run a 10-man, but if someone wants to try and convince me, they can. Scourge with Dark Lances, 2 of them. 3 Venoms for the 3 Tutor squads we got. The Incubi will probably just stay on the ground and then just jump out. Just hop in one of the Venoms. And the 2 Hellions and a Ravager. All right, I don't really like this list. Things you can do, you know, potentially switch these to get another Ravager and switch the points around. I don't, like I said, I don't like the 3 Scourges. I don't think you run 3 Scourges. It's like so hard since how defensive this attachment is. Who leads and who now? Oh, I don't know. If, actually, the Warlord matters. Sorry. I forgot this attachment. The Warlord's going to be the 10-man, the Webway all guy. Because he's in Deep Strike, so he can still use the strat. Hanging out in Deep Strike for free. You don't have to worry. And the... Do I have... Get out of your Drowser. You're not the Warlord anymore. You've been demoted. What the heck? Why does it keep killing me? Okay, that was weird. Okay. So who we lead to? Who's the Warlord? Who sits in Venoms? Yeah. So what we're doing, Drazar's leading a 5-man. Malice is with normal Cavalites. Information Network Archon is with Hand of the Archon. This Archon is with 10 Incubi. And it should be Drazar. So you have 3 Venoms, so it's going to be the 3 characters are in the Venoms. Malice will just start on the ground and then hop inside the Venom on turn 1. She'll take this place of the Venom. This guy's in V-Strike, so Venom, Venom, Venom. And then Venom, Venom, Venom. And then you have some... And then you'll have here the 3 Cavalites who are outside the Venoms, just, you know, infiltrating somewhere potentially. You have 6 infiltrates in this list, so you have many, many spots to go. Yeah. There you go. Any other questions before we switch to Coven? Why don't you ask this question? Give this to my wife. You're back. All right, cool. No questions. Next list. Coven, all right, Kotari, or whatever it's called. All right, this attachment's weird. Because you're not even going to be running too much Coven stuff. I don't even know if you take more than one homunculus, so we're going to take, I think, one. I do like the, what is it, Master Artisan? This one. I do think at T5 they actually become decently durable enough where they can potentially live through one attack and then resurrect. Because the best way to play Rax in this attachment, unless you're trying to charge someone, is to just like string a couple outside the wall, like say like GW1. I guess I can show that on TTS later. And then the rest behind the wall, so they take one shooting activation and then hide. All right. 9 okay, let's put a Warlord real quick. Warlord. Get a Raider for them. Homunculus are so bad. They are the worst unit in the army. They're fucking terrible. They don't have any rules. I don't even know who wrote these. It's like, what crazy, man. Like this, where is it? This is so bad. Pain Adept. Like I've said in every video I talked about the Homunculus, but this is a character who's one, also not cheap. He's 70 points or whatever. So he's 20 more points than Succubus. He gets one Coven reroll. I mean, whatever it's called. The you know what I'm talking about. What are these guys called? Chronos. One Chronos reroll. That's his whole ability. And then this, like, his aura is like, it's bad. Because it's just like in your command phase, I take extra tasks instead of like, it's not good. He's not durable. Why does he not have an Invul save? He has a 6-up. He's like randomly the least durable, one of the least durable characters in the whole game. I don't understand. He's really bad. Sad. His melee's not good either. It's like a worse version of a Succubus who already has weird melee. So I like the one at least for the 10-man, because also you're not going to be taking a lot of 10-man's attachment because Rex are bad. They're kind of really bad. I don't even think you take most of the guns. You're definitely taking a Stinger pistol, that's for sure. Does this guy have the same weapons? Okay, cool. Let's give you twin torture tools. Because most of the guns are bad. Like, let's see which ones we're taking. What's the Ossa Factor? Anti-4 Dev Wounds 2 damage. This one's like fine. I don't even know if you take that one. Your melee becomes so much worse when you take a gun. I think we just want the Liquefier. Maybe the Hex Rifle. The Liquefier at least gives you the auto hit, so you can trick the Battle Shock automatically. So we're definitely not. I'm taking away most of the guns. We even want the Hex Rifle. You might randomly do damage. We're going to take 2 guns, a Hex Rifle, and a Liquefier. That leaves 8 guys with twin weapons. That's good. Especially in this attachment where you want the twin weapons to get the hazardous, or whatever the hell it's called, Dev Wounds. Yes. God. Well, if I use a pain token to make them hazardous, just give them like the same profiles of which. GW, please. Alrighty though. So we got that. Now the actual cool parts of the attachment. The friends. I don't know why it didn't automatically populate. I think we just take one Kronos without weapons and the other ones take max weapons. I think that's good. Just have one guy with an L run of 4. Yeah, I like that. So you got one single model that gets a better aura. The rest all have good guns. All right. And the Taluses. Just gonna be macroscaples. And Haywire Blasters. Take a max to both of those. Really don't need to play a soul attachment. So we got one Raider for our 10-man. Now we got all our stuff. Okay, we got the Raider there. Second. Give it 1 second. Checking something. I figured it out. Yay! All right, cool. Show me. Cool. All right, back to go. Finally figured it out. All right, so take. This is kind of the hard part with Coven. We're already at what the core of the detachment is. 110-man rack and max monsters, and it's about 1,000 points. Because I don't even know if I want to take more racks. Maybe like 1 or 2 random 5-mans. But man, racks are so bad. We'll take Laos. Probably give her some Catalites. Whatever else we're gonna do in this detachment. Give that a Venom. Take some Mandrakes. Mandrakes are good here. Let me check real quick if any of the strats are ambiguous. Homunculus, Jukari. Oh, so Jukari is a terrible Bioshock strat. So another reason to take Homunculus I can res here was nichely okay. Homunculus. The AOC is for Jukari. Oh, that's one interesting thing. So there's AOC for any Jukari, so it makes Incubi slightly more interesting. So we might end up playing some Incubi. You know, let's do that. Let's play Incubi with Malice. Go hit people in the dick. All right. We're going to take another Homunculus. What's the other enhancements? Don't care about that. This aura is pretty good, so maybe we'll take that. Master Repugnomancer. Oh, I'm looking at that. Put in more ranks. Why did it make me so many? And 2 racks. They can also sit in a raider, which is cute. Shoot out at the top of it, I guess. Sniping raider, X-rifling people. Get out of your stinger pistol. Racks. What's the monk site have? I don't even know if the power weapon's better than the twin weapons. It's a weird one. So 4 attacks of 521 anti 3 up versus 4 attacks of 411 twin link anti 4 up. This is AP2. The power weapon's probably better. Once again, I think the 5-mans just take guns or whatever. Shoot people from a raider. 2 5-mans. 2 like Master Repugnator. No, not that. That's a Master Repugnator. You can do some cute things. Even standing behind a wall. One second. So 1,600 points. Like, probably gonna take Scourges. Kind of weird. He has so many tiles. This it's super anti-tank. Darkland Scourges. There's enough anywhere otherwise. There's that. Only 80 points left. What's this button? Why is it doing that? I don't like that. Oh, I didn't even buy Mandrake. Huey. Cut the Rax squad for a Mandrake. How pathetic, Rax. Cut for Mandrakes. No, I want the 2 Mandrake. There's 2 Rax squads inside of another Raider. I kind of like that. Alright, I think that's good enough. Like, kind of as best you can get it with Coven. Got an issue with the detachment. Alright, so we got Malice. Homunculus with the thingy, whatever that enhancement's called. Master Artisan that makes the unit T5, makes him have more wounds. Yeah, so this unit's now T5, 2 wounds, -1 wounding against higher strength, kind of AOC, like in very niche instances of like you're in cover against like AP1, you get a 4-up save. It's not going to come a lot, but it's an option. A normal homunculus. I didn't buy the enhancement on him. Damn it. It doesn't matter. Whatever. I mean, at least a homunculus is fine because I resonance attachments are very good. I could even like maybe go to 3, but 70 points is like, what are you doing, GW? Like a 30-point character. Sadly. Sorry. Checking something. Alright, then the Rex. Alright, sorry, my wife's talking to me. Alright, so yeah, Rex, you got 10 man, but just I took one of the guns out because it's more of a melee unit. Though I kept the 2 better guns. You definitely want the flamer at least just to trigger the. Ooh, I kept one of the Stinger pistol. You get rid of that. Stinger pistol's so bad. Kept one of the liquefier gun because that's good to whatever the word is. Auto hit. So you can trigger the battle shock test, which is right here. Whatever this thing. Every time you hit something in either phase, you can take a test, which is nice. interacts with the monkeys. And then 2 squads with, most of the guns, just one without it, because the other gun I don't think is that good. It's not, it's a Stinger pistol. This one's they go do rack things, which is not a lot to say the least, but shoot their guns out of a Raider, which is cute. Disembark with OC2. Hit people melee with their okay melee weapons. And Incubi with Malice, because like I said, they can AOC, which is nice. At least just innately hit slightly harder. So yeah, they innately hit slightly harder. And such like that. You need some amount of stuff here. This is nice. Malice is, it's nice to give her a bodyguard. I always want to give her the Incubi and every other attachment, but sometimes you just can't. But this attachment, you kind of just have to run a bunch of non-things, so it works. One squad of Mandrakes. Like, kind of wish it was 2. Could probably fit in 2, but requires some finagling I don't want to do. But yeah. 40 works. I think 40 is the minimum. Should get more though. 40 is fine. All right, and then 2 Raiders, which I think is fun. Raiders are obviously interact cutely fun with racks. Charge in with your 17 melee attacks. Go beat the shit out of someone. That's fun. Who doesn't want to do that? And then, they're open topped, so they can shoot all their funny rack guns at the top. Then a Venom for the Incubi. And then the max around of monsters. There you go. That's kind of how you play Coven. It's very hard to write list fist attachment. The only thing maybe you don't do. Sorry, I yawned. The only thing you maybe don't do is don't run the Scourges, since you already have so much shooting for the houses. Which is fear about 260 points. Probably for things like Hellions, maybe some more Incubi and such. Like, you can still, like I said, Incubi with AOC is actually decent. At least can survive. That's something. That's cute. All right. Does anyone have a preference for the next attachment? We've already done 3. Got 3 more to go. I'll give you guys, if anyone wants to comment in the next 20 seconds. Yeah, you just ask whatever. You can just ask questions. I'll answer them. Go space. All right, someone answered. Boom, easy. That's Spectacle Spike. Get out of here. And with respect to the last, because that's the one I can write like 20 lists about. And that's the one, because Spectacle is very easy. I can write multiple different lists. Look at that. You had a perfect amount. That works right there. That's what it took to Worlds. You can still play my Worlds list and it'll be good. For instance. Well, we can write a list with 40 witches. We'll do that after this. So let's do some real Space Raiders. This dash is weird. It is very weird. It's got a lot of strats that look good, but are actually end up being terrible. There's 1 CP auto advance 6, and it requires you to be on the board to use it. So it's not, you can't even use it outside of transport. So it's like, man, where's the attachment? But the attachment does have one really good strat, which is -1 damage for Coven units. So we're running fucking Taluses. At least 4. Or Telosis. I like how the reason we always change. Yeah. I figured that after the first one. Like, that's probably a very good idea. So I've been doing that for all the other ones. Thank you. I'll keep doing that. Alrighty. Definitely these 2 Taluses. -1 damage is quite sexy. Alright. So, who is the best user of Fire and Fades? That's the question. That's like one of the only reasons to run this attachment. You have Fire and Fade. Which, it's kind of a goofy thing because you have a baseline with Venom, so it's like kind of a weird attachment. Let's see real quick. We got -1 damage for homunculus units, so very good for Taluses. We got -1 to hit for anyone who isn't homunculus. Fine. 1 CP, very niche, +1 to hit and or wounds. It's kind of terrible. If you get +1 to wound, if they're under half, it's nice, but it's so niche. 1 CP lethal hits, or 2 racks or 1 Jukari. That's okay. Only in melee too. And then 1 CP auto advance 6, but you already have to be on the board. Yeah, I don't. Why did they write it like this? Ugh. And then the fire and fade for 2 CP at the end. 20 Cavalites. You're probably gonna end up running 20 Cavalites. So even though this attachment says run one of three, all three, I don't even know if we're gonna run Homunculus because he's so bad. We're definitely I don't know about Drazzer actually. We're running Archon because Archon actually has one of the best enhancements in the book in this one, which is Labyrinthian Cunning. It's supposed to be so good. Like, I was hyped for it because I misread it after Worlds. I was like, I want to play a real space list now after Worlds because then I can run a bunch of witches and raiders and then automatically go 22 inches. And then I reread the strat and I'm like, who the fuck wrote this? A psycho wrote this. Someone doesn't play 40k. Because there's no advantage charge in the book unless you're playing witches. And I'm not putting witches on the ground. It's just literally slower to use that strat than to disembark and then charge. Crazy. Crazy strat. This is cute. This is pretty good too. Dark Vitality. Like, I don't know if I'm running 2 Archons just to get that. But I got 1 Archon with a really good enhancement, which is really nice. Yeah. I don't think it was already too much tokens when the tokens mattered. Like, you needed them for damage, and now tokens are more utility with some damage. It's like starting with that many is kind of a waste. It's like you'll never run out. So yeah, I think we're only gonna run the 2. But one thing I really like its attachment is the Succubus, because that enhancement is based. It's a very similar to Morgana's Curse. Obviously not as good, but pretty good. You know, makes her 9 attacks at AP 4. Go beat the shit out of people. Like the little lady. I think. So obviously you need the Archon on the ground. Still like hand. Even though I know the only damage issue of the strat, this attachment has no damage, which is like your attachment ability is just you know, do some pain tokens. And then none of the strats like make you do more damage. Except like the very niche +1 to hit and wound, which will never come up. It mostly says if your opponent is wounded +1 to hit, that's what the strat says, which is like not good. Compared to the Cavalite detachment strat. And then the Fire and Fade. Just like, there's nothing in the book that's good to Fire and Fade, which is the issue. It's like, Cavalites can already do it with Venoms. Mandrakes? The big 10-man Mandrake? That seems really bad. What is it? It's Drukhari Infantry. 1 Drukhari, any Drukhari unit. I guess you can use it on a car. Like a Ravager. It's only 6 inches for 2 CP. That's not worth it. You can Fire and Fate Talus, it's kind of fun. And charge afterwards, right? No charging. You can Fire and Fate Talus, which is kind of cute. Or Reavers, I guess, if you want to go farther. It's probably the best use of it. Just like go 30 inches. Yeah, you can fade and fire 20 Cavalites, but it's like Cavalites don't do any damage. 1 Dark Lance, 1 Blaster, and a bunch of Bolters. It's negative damage. Do for 1 CP, I guess. But like compared to Eldar, for instance, which has Fire and Fade and always had Fire and Fade, the only times they ever like it's been useful is Fire and Fading into a transport, like with OP damage melee units. Otherwise, they were never using it to like Fire and Fade Dark Reapers behind a wall, for instance, which is obviously way higher damage than Cavalites. So obviously you get more niche here. We obviously have to take Scourges because duh. Take 1 of each. Start with 2. Just awkward. Statues is awkward and very badly written, in my opinion. I think it's the worstly written detachment. The worst written one. Like, as like, it's supposed to be the general Take It O'Commer's one. Obviously, Reaper's Wager does that, but that's, you know, Miss is a little different, certain by a different team. But I think Cavalite Cartel does they take Auto Karma's rules better. Because Gala Cartel at least buffs like almost all book. It's a very niche amount of things it doesn't. Alrighty. We will take our Cabalite. Yeah, if like whatever they're called, splinter rifles were a weapon that existed, that would be interesting. Like, I don't know why this wound up so bad. Like, the Shuriken catapults at least are AP2 or AP1. So the Eldar generic people could kill things. And then being strength 2 is very dumb. Poison should not be strength 2. It should all be strength 3, at least. Come on, GW. We're probably taking Lilith too. Yeah, it's like you can't kill anything. Because they already, ruined the poison by making it anti-infantry instead of anti-non-vehicle monster. Like, I understand nerfing poison not work on monsters. That was kind of cheesy last edition. But it should work on mounted and beasts. Like, come on, GW. It's so annoying being strength 2 and trying to shoot those things. Where is Lilith? There she is. 2 witch squads. Got so many witches. We'll take 1 raider and 1 venom for the witches. Raider. What am I missing? You can pick a warlord. Mouse, you're the warlord. You've been updated. Alright, did I have an incubi for Drazar? Let's do that. UK, you need 10 aliens in this attachment. You need something to do damage. Alright, so we got Incubi, Drazar, Lady Malice with Cabs, Archon with Cabs 2, I guess. Succubus and Lilith with the Witches. Incubi with Drazar, Scourges. The Venoms for Drazar plus the Archon. Hellions, Reavers, Mandrakes. 55 points. Like a Kronos, I guess. No, he just finds his stand places. So he's still like efficient. His ability isn't very needed. God, you just don't get a lot when you buy all these mid characters. Shucks. I'm trying to help this attachment. Doing my best. I'm actually trying to write a good list of attachment. Because also I haven't made the video for Real Space Raid yet. Yeah. Maybe you just go 6 Taluses in this attachment. Just cut the Incubi plus Drazar. Yeah, we're doing that. Sorry, Incubi plus Drazar, you're not good enough. Especially with no buffs. At least be 70 points. Yeah, that's pretty way better. Alright. Alright, this is probably a very good list. As good as you can make it. Alright. Still have Venom, just... Yeah, okay, good. So we got Lady Malice with Cabalites in splitting into Venom. Lilith splitting into Venom. Or not Lilith, she's in the Raider. And the Succubus splitting into Venom. And then that means Archon's hanging out. Either of them is taking... Hey man, I play Old World. I think it's the best game GW makes. Main armies are Chaos Dwarfs and Vampire Counts and Tomb Kings. I think it's by far the best game they make. Like, rule balance, maybe not balance, but like fluffy to competitive on like 30k, which is no competitive and it's all complete fluff. 40k is very low fluff and is completely competitive. Yeah, 2 witches, like I said, both with the succubus characters. 1 mandrake, 2 scourges, 1 of each weapon. A raider, double venoms for those characters I said. 1 10-man hellion to actually do damage. Probably just play 30 hellions detachment, if anything, but whatever. 2 reaver squads and then 6 taluses, because the best thing about this attachment, yeah, I know, it's exciting. I'm excited for the world stuff. The best thing about this attachment is -1 damage from Oculus. So I was like, might as well just, yo, what's up? Here for the Coven stuff. Yeah. So yeah, the best thing about this attachment is, like, the only good thing, if anything, is the -1 damage, which is quite good for Talos. Really good. Oh, I was like, whatever. Just go into it fully. There you go. All right. So that's that. That's Coven. Or Real Space, sorry. It's kind of just Coven. That's the 4th one. All right. You don't want to see Sky Splinter. All right, we'll just Spectral Swipe. We'll do this one as singles. Better rename it. Sorry. Too little. Edit. I wanted to edit. How do I edit the name? Rename. Yes. I'll make a 40 wish list. I'm in the wrong category. 40 witches. Yeah. There's 40. Succubus. Nope. Get out of here, solitaire and uninvited. All right, we got a new pet. Cat. Later. Alrighty. Alright, there's my succubus. They can't get blast pistols anymore. You goofy program. I'll ignore that. Take Morg's Curse. Is this pointed wrong? Isn't Pepperius Torment's 25 points? Like, why I don't take it? It's so bad. Let me check this. It is 25 points. I've been scammed. No. Most likely not. Maybe the Incubi. But this is for singles. I think that only works in teams. Definitely not cabs though. Cabs are awful. I'm only forced to gunpoint in the other attachments to force them to put it in my list. Not here though. You got witches. All right, Kitty, she wants out. Incubies, maybe. Since we're only at 40 witches, we have some amount of points left over. So maybe. We'll see. We got a Raider, 3 Venoms. I see some people, I don't know who, but some lists I see have witches not at transports. I think that's psychopathic. Please do not do that. Maybe it works for their specific playstyles, but generic. Put your witches to Venoms. Alrighty. If you're playing 40 witches, you probably want scourges. So let's figure out the stuff that's important first. Yeah, that's what I used to play. That was my 60 witch list. GW killed that when they didn't nerf Vetrix Guard. But it's pretty good, generically. I would not do it before you have 60 witches, because you need those 5-mans quite a lot. So taking away the 5-mans to get 10-mans, which are a lot of times going to do the same job as 5-mans, really not good. It's very inefficient. Witches are exclusively OP because they are 45 points when they're 5-mans. They're like just fine when they're 10-mans. Eat my food. Because when you take 10 mans, a lot of times, because I see lists, like I said, lists like people that have witches on the ground, which means they're all 10 mans. A lot of times the witches are going to have to do the same job as a 5-man, which is suiciding, move blocking, etc. And that's really inefficient, really bad. All right. So we got 25 aliens. At least put one 6-man reaver, put 9 reavers in. They keep making me choose a warlord. It's annoying. Sure, a little. I just wish the ignore Overwatch wasn't 25 points, because that's a ridiculous amount of points. Like the one from Sky Splinter is 20 points. Like, why? Why is it 25? 20 points is already too expensive. But 25 points? 25 is so awkward. Alright, there's that, and then a 6-man. So leaves a lot of points open. That's a lot of points left over. So before we buy the Scourges, this is like the, I would say the core of 40 witches. Oh, sorry, I already have a healance right there. Is 4 succubuses, 1 which is Lilith, Malice, 40 witches, the 3 transports, 25 aliens, and 9 reavers. Yeah, they do. Well, it also makes up, which is, it's also, their units cost 1 billion points and ours don't. That's the big difference. Like, for instance, the succubus squad, the succubus plus 5 witches is the same price as 5 naked howling banshees. And the witch squad is so much better, it's not even comparable. So at least our shit's infinitely cheaper and way faster. But it is funny that they always complain about Overwatch, and I'm like, I don't give a shit. Whatever, Overwatch me. Got some Taco Bell. Yeah, this is the core. 1,700 points about. 4 succubuses, Malice, 40 witches, 4 transports, 25 aliens, and 9 reavers. And then you can start adding flex stuff. And just the singles, you're probably going Scourges. 30 Hellions is bad in GW. It's actively worse than 25. I keep peeking. Because GW land, it's harder to hide the 10-man. It's like not hard to hide a 10-man. It's fine at WTC. I still play 25 when I play WTC games. It doesn't matter too much about the train. It doesn't matter about hiding it. You can hide 10. It just makes deployment slightly annoying no matter what. I know, I'm not finished with the list. Something. Why 25 is better? Because a lot of times, with this detachment, is you have to send shit out turn 1 and 2, which is either gonna be witches or your venoms or your hellions. So a lot of times your 5-man hellion, your 5-man hellion is going to be doing the exact same job as a 10-man hellion, and you'll be spending double the points and double the space to do the same job, which is what happened in my GT game. He had 30 hellions. He had to do the job as 5 hellions with his 10-man, and he lost due to inefficiency and a lot of stuff. I would say in generic in a singles environment, 25 hellions is strictly better. Teams, you can play 30 because you can just, pair yourself into other melee armies and just beat the shit out of them. But that's not realistic. And obviously that's not viable in singles. So yeah, for singles, I'd always run 25 hellions. Yes. There's been, I think, 1 game ever where I kept one of the 10-mans on the ground. I have Deep Strike 20 hellions like 99% of the time. Like, I'm probably close to 100 Spectral Spike games by now. And yeah, 1 game I have not, and that was on, when I was playing against World Eaters on WTC. So yes, to your question. All right, let's finish the list. So yeah, we're going to take Scourges. Gross. You can also, you rapid ingress them 99% of the time, but against specific armies, you can just deep strike them to shoot them. Chronoses don't do anything. It's one thing I actually forgot. 1 Chronos is mandatory. This is the one detachment where you have to have a Chronos. Thank you for reminding me. But they don't do anything. They're like fine as a 55-point unit, but not like investing in them. So 2 Scourges. Both you can do one. It's up to your preference, really. It's up to your meta. It's Haywire is either really, really good or the worst unit in your army. So if your meta has if your meta is full of demons and like Grey Knights, Grey Knights is kind of bad. Well, Dark Lances are terrible to Grey Knights too, so whatever. I'll say Grey Knights. Grey Knights, what other armies? I'm trying to think. Space Wolves. Eldar, shit like that. Armies that don't run much or any vehicles in general. Haywire is actively the worst unit in the army, or it's pretty good. So it's just meta dependent. So I'll have one of each, but I'm not telling you to run either. At Worlds, because I didn't, the meta is so ambiguous, I ran both Dark Lances because I didn't want to have, I wanted a unit that was always fine. Dark Lances are always fine versus one that's good or terrible. All right, we're at an awkward 40 points. This sucks. I'm just cutting the Reavers down. I don't want to do that. I love Reavers. Reavers are my buddies. What do we do? What do we do? Can't buy anything at 40 points. You might bad enhancements. You might do bad enhancements, I guess. It's the worst piece of shit ever. So we can cut a Reaver down and be at 130 points by the third Scourge. Ugh. I have one right now. I have just Morgana's Curse. Yeah, I think that's an option, Spencer. I've always said get Spectral Spike Taluses or potentially a side grade or an upgrade. And Taluses actually have synergy and attachment. They're just awful. That's why I don't run any guns. I just run witches. I run good models. And it's never let me down. You could. It would require a lot of changing. 40 minus 70, 110. We could cut a Reaver and then buy an enhancement. Like, sure, we'll do that. I do hate not running a 6-man Reaver. I'm going to say that. I think it's really bad not to do that, but it's kind of what we have to do. Especially when 40 witches are running stupid Scourges, but sorry, I have to install the Scourges. I hate them. Incubi. And then we get an enhancement. Sadly, can't buy Perpetuate Storm. It's like 25. I don't know why it says 20 here. We get Chrono Shard, so we get 5 for spec. Yeah, you take Grab Towns. Grab Towns are insane. Oh, wait. Cluster Caltrops. Never mind. Sorry. Grab Towns are terrible. Take Cluster Caltrops. Cluster Caltrops always. That's how you do. If you want Incubi, you do this, or you don't run Scourges. Okay, let's take a screenshot. Here's a list potentially with Incubi, like potentially take all comers if you're scared of Malice being solo. Malice, Lilith, Triple Succubus with Chrono Shard and Morgana's, 40 Witches, 1 Incubi, 2 Scourges of whatever your weapon choice. Like I said, it's just your preference and your local meta. Venoms, Raider, 3 and 1, 25 Hellions, 6 Reavers, and a Chronos. All right. Let's get rid of the Scourges now. Get my Scourges. I like this. If we take out the Scourges, we can do something like this. Or we cut the enhancement. So it's 15 plus 55, 70. No, it automatically just applies the heal lands to the champion. Just 2. 70 points. Nothing by 70 points. Another Venom? Another Venom. Yeah. Yeah, it's probably restricted for us. I think we need that Venom. Get our 5 first back, wherever that matters. Which is not a lot. So this is a different version of that same 40 witch list. Oh, what's the? You always put your second to make sure you can throw a challenge. Within reason. I don't need mandrakes. I don't think mandrakes are important in this attachment at all. Especially not for cutting units. Because the only thing, like right now, I would add a mandrake, but mandrake's 75 and I have 70 points open. So, nothing I can do there. Nothing that can. Mandrakes are very slightly awkwardly priced at 75. Hard to fit them in. They're very close to more Hellions. They're more expensive than the Reavers. And a lot of things in the book are 10-point intervals. There's not a lot of fives. Like you can see here. Lilith is 1 to 5, but Lady Mal is 100. Succubus 50, Witch is 90, Incubi 90, Venom 70, Raider is 1 another 5 interval. And then Max Hellions are 10s. A lot of things are in 10s, so it's like it's hard to the 5-point thing for Mandrakes is hard. Okay, you get 12 Reavers, I guess. Let's see. Because Reavers are like the second best unit in the book. If you're running 12, you should run 633. By doing the same thing the first unit does. It's not like any secret. It just turn 3, you can go out and do the same thing. You know, run in front of everyone. You know, jail a lot of people. Because another one thing about why 6-mans are better, and they were strictly better before they got points increase. Now they're just different. I think the 6-mans are still better. Because the amount of space a 6-man takes up for something like Challenge Met is so immense. It's so much harder to play against 1 6-man with Challenge Met than 2 3-mans, because 2 3-mans is technically the same board space in terms of. No, I think 6-6 is better in general, but that requires more effort to play. I think it's not like substantially better. It is slightly preferenced at that point. I just think it's slightly better. That's what I run. When I run 12, I run 2 6s. And I'm running 15 right now on my current list. But this man says he only has 12, so I'm running a 12-man Reaver list. Alrighty. So we got 125 points. Actually, we got 135 points, because get out of here, Chrono Shard. Don't need you. 140 points. What do we run? Wish we could run more witches, but alas, potentially more here by cutting the incubi. Another reason, as someone asked about Taluses. Taluses are very interesting in this attachment because you actually can have rules for them. This attachment has slightly more strats that work on generic Drukhari than other attachments, because it has the lethal strat that works on any Drukhari, and the fallback shooting charge, which is the most important on Taluses. That works on any Drukhari. It does make Taluses hypothetically interesting. Like I said, Taluses require your meta to be applicable to them, which I don't think the generic meta in 40k is. But if your meta is a meta where the Talos fight and death is scary, like actively scary, like I said, something like Custodes or another elite infantry melee army, and combined with the Haywire being an efficient profile, they're very, very good. In one specific data army, off the top of my head, that would actually be very scary for something like CSM. CSM is mostly a melee-based army of using low durability infantry models with 2 to 3 wounds, and also brings a bunch of vehicles combined with it. So that's like a perfect profile for Taluses. This is basically where I am, flipping coins and scourges. Yeah, the best thing to replace scourges with is Reavers, or more witches actually, but that's apparently you don't have them, so we can't recommend that. It's if you literally only have 12 Reavers and 40 witches, just play scourges. I'm just gonna tell you, just play the scourges. Take these out. So if I was going to play your exact loadout, I would play like this list. Whatever list I had before with double scourges. That first list I made. I don't know, the points are all goofed up now. Can't remember. Whatever that was. I don't remember. But yeah. All right, let's make a teams list now. We kind of made 3 pseudo singles lists. Or, let's make what I would prefer in a singles format. Yeah, I just deleted them. Evil Incubi taking up 90 million points. Okay, this is what I would play without any restrictions on units. They're not very good. That unit, one interesting thing is that unit does make you better into Vetrix, better than other units, mostly. Because she plus the Incubi, even with very little buffs you can give them, you can still make them lethal or sustained, and then maybe lethal and sustained if you want to invest CP on her. It will hit Vetrix really hard, which is nice. Oh, another Venom. This is the list I'm playing. This is the list I would play, and the list I do play for a not knowing the current meta type of take it all comers singles list. Malise, Lilith, Succubi, only 1 enhancement, Morg's Curse, 50 Witches, a Raider, and 4 Venoms, 25 Valiants, and 15 Reavers, and a Chronos. So this is the list I would recommend in any singles format. And it's pretty great. All right, teams list. Alrighty. This one is dedicated for teams. You could, and you should. It's really good. I would say, like I said, I think 40 witches is realistically the minimum you want to run with this attachment. But I would say 50 to 60 is what you want to aim for. You roll drugs every single time, except turn 1. And on turn 1 if they're coming to murder the shit out of you. Not every single time. Obviously, don't take that as fact, but I would say in like 90% of instances you roll after turn 1. Turn 1, you pick +1 toughness or +2 movement, depending if you, need to do objectives or not, or try and jail someone, or +1 toughness if you don't really care. Yes, you almost always roll. You roll because every buff is good, and they're all equally good in different ways. Like all the damage buffs are equal, like weapon skill, strength, and attack, and almost every instance is the same increase. And then ballistic skills actually good here. Toughness is annoying, especially on Hellions, and the movement's obviously amazing. So they're all very good. Unlike something like whatever that CSM attachment's called. Bile, where half the drugs are bad. And you're stuck with them. Yeah, it's 1 out of 36. I rolled double 3 times in a row last night. Yep, is what it is. Happens. All right. See you later, Simon. All right. It's going to be a no problemo. Thank you for watching. Yeah, I can get into it, but if you just watch my lists, I play against mechanized or combined arms lists all the time, and I have no trouble. Because you're hyper focused on killing every model in the army. You don't need to kill to win. Most games I end the game pretty much stable. That's just Jokari. But I'm winning by like 50 points. Because a lot of things mechanized armies do is they're terrible at primary. They're awful at it. Primary and secondary, so they just try and kill you and hope it'll lead them to victory. Like I just played against Admech last night, for instance. I played against Matt Evans. He was playing mechanized Admech with 3 of the anti-LS tanks. So that was fun. But I beat him by like 50 points. Because these armies are really bad at primary, they're really bad at doing secondaries, and they're really bad at movement. So you can use that to your value of, move blocking them, stealing the primary with ease. Because like a tank is between 3 and 5 OC, depending how big it is, which is equivalent to 2 to 3 witches. The 2 to 3 witches will always beat a tank on primary. which is really bad for them. And since witches move between 9 and 16 inches before they charge you, they steal the primary with no effort. Hellions kill pretty much any tank in the game that isn't specifically -1 damage, AOC, and a 2-up save at the same time. If it's any of those things, it can pretty much kill it with very little effort. Obviously, if it's all 3 of them, it'll struggle. Don't charge Hellions in those units. And if it's like, depends on the durability of the model too. Yeah, it's fine. It's like kind of annoying, but they're very easy to kill. There's T4 with a 4-up save, so like you stab them in the face. Yeah, they're mounted, which is kind of annoying. Like, you won't just kill them with Hellions. But you can stab them with witches quite easily, which is nice. And I'll talk. I'm going to talk about Grizzle Company because people are freaking out about Grizzle Company. All right, I'm going to tell you guys. Grizzle Company is worse than Combined Arms against us, specifically against our army. I'm not saying it's a worse attachment, but I'm going to show you why it's not scary. Let's pull up PA. All right. Custodian Guard. Lol. Right. So let's compare guard to, well, guard to guard, but Combined Arms to Grizzled Company. Yeah. Where is it? Alrighty. So attachment ability first. This is, you get an extra order, sorry, which is whatever. They never run out of orders anyways until they start dying, so this part's kind of nil. So the army is, you get, when you're ordered, you get reroll 1s to hit. So restricted reroll 1s to hit, which is fine. It's pretty good. And then if your opponent's on objective, you get reroll 1s to wound. So with both buffs up, which require 2 different interactions. Oh, what's up? Yeah, thank you. Appreciate that. But with 2 interactions, they get rid of 1 stent wound, which is just a fine ability. It's not like OP, it's not insane. But the second one is in your control of them getting the reroll 1s to wound. I always hate abilities where your opponent's in control of how good it is, like the Cavalite data sheet, for instance, where it's reroll wounds if your opponent's on the objective, so your opponent gets to choose if you get it or not. It's the same thing. So a lot of times this will just say reroll 1s to hit with a caveat, which is not great. This one says they get lethal hits or sustained hits against, or lethal hits against a specific target, which is pretty good. It's, they can randomly kill. It's like just annoying, like especially if they, people aren't running anti-LS, which is like, that's kind of a boogeyman for Grizzle Company. No one's actually running anti-LS. I hate to tell you. They might be running it in like the low tiers, but no one, like the list that are running events are just like a completely normal list of Kazarkin, tanks, stuff like that. Because the anti-LS is fucking terrible. It's like generically really bad into most things in the game. Like if you bring your anti-LS models and you have to play against like Vetric Guard or anything, you just have a dud. These models are duds. So you have to play a generically good list. So don't believe the anti-LS boogeyman. Like someone might do it. Like obviously I'm not saying they physically can't. But if you want like a tournament running list will not be running like any. So it's either lethal hits against specific targets, which is generically good, versus reroll 1s to wound almost always, and then a restricted reroll 1s to wound. So they're very similar in attachment abilities. All right, and then strats. This is where Combined Arms is vastly better. All right, so we're going to talk about Grizzle Company. So they both essentially have a do a strat out of phase strat. Where's the one for here? Is it this? Yeah, obviously this one is better because it's any phase. This one is your opponent's command phase. But they both essentially have a very similar strat, so it's good for either of them. But then the rest of the strats here are very not great. So they have 1 CP. They have the worst sticky in the game. It's 1 CP sticky, but they have to have a specific order. And this army has sticky from Kazakadians, whatever, they're normal guardsmen. So this is not very important. Like sticky's fine, like whatever. It doesn't matter to us because we're not really diving home fields too much, except restrictively with the Reavers. So it's okay. 1 CP ignores cover. That doesn't do anything to our army. Remember, our army is made of paper, so them ignoring cover, it doesn't mean anything. 1 CP if your opponent's on an objective, gain lethal hits. Once again, also doesn't mean anything, because if they're shooting us, we're going to die. Okay, 1 CP infantry with the restriction using first rank, second rank fire, get +1 strength. once again, this doesn't matter. If they're shooting us, like say Kazakhstan squad shooting witches, it's like 40 shots wounding on 3s against a 6-up save. They're gonna die. Once again, this does nothing. The only thing is like if they're shooting a venom, their guns wound on 5s instead of 6s. Like they're gonna kill the venom with the melted guns and the plasma guns anyways. So it's like it's fake. And another 1 CP. This people say this is OP. But they don't read the strat correctly. 1 CP, your shooting phase, you gain AOC. So against us, in the shooting phase, we don't have any guns. This would be kind of annoying if you ran Darkland Scourges. That's it. So the point is, this detachment has 1, 2, 3, 4 strats that physically do nothing into us. It's not me not saying Grizzle Company's bad, but in specifically the Chikari matchup, 4 strats that do nothing and will not be used. 1 strat that is not very good because they have sticky anyways on a unit they already take. Another strat that can't be used. And 1 strat that's a slightly better version of Combined Arms strat. So they have 1 real strat. So the detachment at the moment is real wants to hit, sometimes real wants to wound if you choose for them to have it. That's okay. And they can order out of phase. That's it. That's all attachment. And then otherwise, it's Abhuman Detail. Another reason that makes this attachment worse into us is they will take Ogren. Ogren is generically pretty good, but they're really bad to us because we can kill them very easily. Hellion shooting them, they just have a 3-up save. They'll just take a good amount of damage from Hellion shooting, or something like Lilith or succubuses will just kill them. So they have a unit that they don't normally take that is relatively easy for us to kill. So that opens us to more killing avenues. So that's the whole attachment versus Combined Arms, which is army-wide lethal hits against specific targets, which is good. And then you have other things. You have the Resurrect strat, which is amazing. It's very annoying to deal with. I happily don't have to deal with this strat when I play against Grizzle Company. Let's see. This strat's actually good. 2 CP. You can order other things because once in Grizzled Company, once you kill their essentially 1 tank commander, they usually only run 1 Rogaldor tank commander. Sometimes they run 2, but we'll see. Usually it's only 1. Once that guy dies, they can't order any of their tanks anymore. Only Mr. Horseman can. He'd be the only unit left alive. And he's quite easy to get rid of his units. Like a lot of times I can dive him because he usually hangs out in the backfield. If you dive him and kill his 10 models, he can't order anyone else because it's a 6-inch range. He'll be out of range. So this is actually good because it'll let them reorder things that are out of phase. Is actually a strat that matters. This strat doesn't matter against us. This is essentially a worse version, but similar version of the other strat that I talked about of ordering something else. And this strat doesn't matter. Let's see. What is this one again? And this strat's good. This lets you order multiple things for free. But the point is, this attachment has slightly more things that interact better against us, like Resurrect, and they're not running units that are worse. Like the Borgren are terrible to us. So that is the Grizzled Company Boogeyman, and I think it's very overhyped. Like it's a good attachment, but this is especially from the opponent being a Drukari mindset. All right, there's my little rant about Grizzled Company. All right, so that's teams. Let's get back to it. It's okay, Robbie. I think there will be an upload. If I know how to do that, I'll try to upload the VOD. We're making special site teams list right now. Lilith. This is going to be in as the idea that you are a heavy defender, which means that you are placing down 2nd, 1st, maybe 3rd, but 2nd or 1st, and going for a super heavy board and trying to potentially fight melee armies or whatever you feel like you're best into. Okay, there's that. Nope. Wrong button. Aliens. I'm gonna pick Warlord. There's that. Oopsies. Wrong button. What if? What if? Ooh, I like this a lot. All right. So this list is really strong against melee armies and teams. Not that. All right. So what we got is we got 50 witches with a Lilith and 3 succubuses. Fight first. Morgana's Curse, as per usual. We still have Malice. We have an Incubi squad to hang out with Malice, but we got 2 Raiders and 3 Venoms. So that means we have 2 10-mans with Fight First against melee armies. And we also have 30 Hellions. No, I cut some Reaver. That's fine. We'll take 1 6-man Reaver. We need less support here because this is teams trying to murder people. You could split these up into 2 3-mans if you want like people to go out and do stuff more, but that's kind of preference at that point. And then a Cronus. So what you got is 2 giant 10-mans that can also, move 16 inches and charge people. Both have Fight First. Very good into other melee armies. You also, they still fight on death, so that's terrifying. And then you have Lady Malice with her Vect thingy. Whatever the door is actually called. Master Deceit. That's the name. And then Incubi hang out with her. So once again, another unit that's very good into other melee armies. They'll go beat them up. This is a very good team style of heavy defending. It's called like pairings princessing. When you're a pairings princess, you are heavily trying to pair yourself favorably to get good matchups. It means you're very glass cannon, not like glass cannon, but glass cannon in the pairing style. Glass cannon in a pairing style. Sorry. Stretch. Yeah. But when you get the good matchups, you're scoring well. Like for instance, we'll take me for instance. I played Blood Angels at Challengers Cup. I was playing an anti-melee Blood Angels list. Ironically, did not play against too much melee armies. Thank you, Robbie. I'm glad you did. Yeah, it was it was interesting, the pre-Worlds time, because I thought I was actually going crazy because obviously I said this many times, the general sentiment of this attachment, it was bad or it was not very good. So I didn't really have anyone to bump advice around. So I kind of just had to, especially since a guy who hasn't played Jakari, as I started the army 3 weeks before Worlds, I was like, I really like this attachment. I'm gonna play this. It's really cool. And it, ended up amazing. So I kind of just had to YOLO it all. If I had anyone to bounce ideas off, I would not have taken Scourges, for instance. They were the worst unit at Worlds. Give me 1 second. But yeah, that's that. That's that story. And then the second Worlds ended, I went to 60 Witches, which was awesome. And the GW has now banned that. Hello, good to see you. We're making a teams list right now. So yeah, overall, like I said, this is I'll re-say the list. So Lady Malice, Lilith, 3 succubuses with Fight First and Morgana's Curse. 50 Witches, 1 Incubi for Malice. 3 Venoms and 2 Raiders. The Venoms will host 3 of the Witch Squads, and then Malice will either just walk around or steal one of their Venoms after turn 1. 30 Aliens and 1 Reaver Squad, either 2 3-mans or 6-man. Most of the preference in this type of style. And 1 Chronos. So yeah, like I said, having the 2 10-mans is amazing against melee armies, especially because they both have Fight First. Especially the 30 Hellions too, which are also amazing into melee matchups for very obvious reasons of very high damage, very fast, fight on death, active, etc. Most melee armies are bad at primary. They're not like bad, they're fine at primary, but they're not like amazing because they're not durable. And a lot depends on the army, like Vetrus Guard is, but it's not a melee army, it's a combined arms army. But most aren't like insanely durable to be able to hold primary well or have highest amount of OC. Like the only melee army that runs a high amount of OC is like Orcs, for instance, because it runs a bunch of Orc boys and Beast Naga boys. So this will be very good into them because you can steal their primary very easily. So yeah, there you go. that is a cool guy teams list, and I don't know, maybe we'll see. I don't know what my role is. You missed my fucking. Yes, I just had a whole talk about why Gristle Company is not threatening to our army. You can go back. You can watch the VOD later. I don't want to go over it again. But Too Long Didn't Read is Combined Arms has better strats. Gristle Company is not. And to Drukari specifically, it's not me calling Gristle Company bad. Dun, dun, dun. All right, cool. There's spectacle teams. I have, spoiler, I have a teams event actually in like 10 days. And I might be playing something very similar to this. I don't know my role yet. I'm thinking we don't really have a heavy defender guy yet. Someone who appearing to Pritnet's army. So I think I might take that job. And I might play lists like this and just beat the fucking shit out of people. There you go. So actually, yeah, I'll make a, future stuff. Probably in a week, I'll make a Teams video uploading, talking about my upcoming team event in Tennessee and what my list is and what I expect to be doing. But yeah, there you go. Spectral Spite. Both lists. Finally, a Sky Splinter. Baby, let's make a Sky Splinter list. No one cares about this attachment. I care about Sky Splinter. I think Sky Splinter is neat. It just is slightly awkward. Not as awkward as Real Space. That was a chore. A chore to write a list for. All right, Drazzer, I'm sorry you're banned from this attachment. You suck. Archons. Are they giving the power swords first? Silly gooses. The hell's this? Garbage. Okay. Terrible. Fine. Better than the one in Spectacle Spite. Mostly better. I'd rather be 20 points less with a slight worse ability. Or 5 points less. The Spectacle Spite one was 20 points, so I could actually run it. Witches. What the hell? Yeah, that was weird. I don't know if you run a succubus in detachment. That one's hard. That's just weird. Mandrakes. Bye. We just go big 10 man incubi. So we got Raider, Venom. Let's buy those already. Sure, we'll buy Cross. Raider, Venom. I wish there was enhancements that mattered in this attachment. Make the Archon so much cooler. Yeah. And also, like, it took them until literally the new Harlequin detachment to figure out how to write a transport detachment, which is you get buffs for being in a transport. Your transport always gets buffs and also mounted randomly. So lots of times versus you get a buff when you disembark. Those are always terrible. This luckily has its attachment ability is weaker. It's just, in terms of straight power level, its buff is a weaker buff, but it's much easier to use. That's what I'm trying to say. Blance is a lot stronger than Sustained. But it's Sustained with a lot more ease. Use it while shooting, use it when you disembark, using it while inside. Transports always have it. So the issue with the Harlequins is Harlequin day sheets are terrible. So that's where Sky Splinter would kind of take over. The main issue actually with the Harlequin attachment is just Spectacle Spite, but worse. It does the exact same thing. I think it's a pretty decent attachment. I think it's like second, at worst, tied for third best Drukari Eldar attachment. This is like maybe Seer Council is better, but I don't know. Winter House is definitely the best, but that's a very cursed attachment. Like I said, Sky Splinter has some very specifically unique thing. Two things. The two good strats. It's the only thing that makes attachment good. is, you know, the Land Raider strat and the Runaway at the end of combat strat, which are very, you know, the only reason to play is attachment. One issue Sky Splinter though that comes up with Sky Splinter is you play detachment to be able to punch up. You know, you want your lance to be able to kill things that are high toughness and stuff. But if you want to do that, a winner, I can make a winner list if you want me to. Yeah, Eldar was the army I played this whole edition. I mean, the whole year until GW just told me I wasn't allowed to play Ynnari anymore. And then I played them till Tacoma, which was in July or something. So yeah, I played them from January to July. We'll make that after that. That'll be fun. But it's essentially a lot. It's like 24 to 28 Wind Riders, and then support from other vehicles and some non-bike units. Sky Splinter Assault. But yeah, what I was saying, the niche Sky Splinter had, it was the detachment that you could use to punch up, you know, give all your units lance and then run back inside. Very nice, but Cavalry Cartel mostly does that better if you want a unit detachment that can punch up, which is like, so it's like, it's kind of a weird mix of some of the benefits of Spectacle Spite of the speed and transport bases, and some of the benefits of the ability to punch up from Cartel. Not really either of the good parts. No, 18 Reavers is bad. Just play Cavalry Cartel. No, I would not recommend playing Sky Splinter. I've said this a million times. Sky Splinter is the hardest attachment in the game. There's a reason when, you know, some of the pros, you know, I'm putting this quotation, like me and some of the other very prolific people, when we're not playing at a weekend, the attachment has a really low win rate because it's fucking hard as shit to play. Because your army is, you know, people here, your army is either a cultist, T3 with 6 up save, or Space Marine Scout, T4 with a 4 up save. These are your 2 units. You're an army of these guys, and they're not cheap. Like, you're cheap compared to Eldar, but your models aren't cheap in the grand scheme of 40k. So they're not cheap. They're made of paper. And it's very easy to fall on your face. And especially in Spectacle Spite, since you do good damage into things that matter, but you don't innately do overarching good damage. You don't have fucking Space Marine at the moment, for instance. So it's very hard to do target priority and stuff. And, you know, knowing when you can and can't kill something. Cavalry Cartel, though, is cool. It is easy. It's very simple. And it's very fun to get. Because I had for instance, I played against Votan, and I had the best interaction possible you could hope for. I had a 10-man incubi. They charged a Hearthguard Terminator. Hearthguard Terminator, or the Votan Terminators, are T5 with 2 wounds. I charged them. They failed their Battleshock test. They were the contract unit. I used crits on 5s, and I had to reroll hits because I'm an Archon. I gave him like 10 dev wounds and like 12 failed saves. It killed equivalently like 22 of their Terminators. They go, wee! Just chopped them all in half. That was fun. That would have killed 10 Vetrix Guard, which is fun. But yeah, Cavalry Cartel is cool. Cavalry Cartel is slightly annoying because it's very... What's the word? Set in stone. It's very obvious what you're doing because your army does not advance and charge. The units that are important do not advance and shoot like scourges. So your opponents, it's pretty measurable. That's the word. Your opponents know exactly what you can do, and your damage is kind of preset. Depends. If you went first, it's not as preset because hypothetically you could have killed something, and then you go into your next turn, you get to switch your contract around. Or yeah. And like I said, it is preset because all your damage comes from the unit type you contracted. So your opponent knows what you're good at killing and what you're not good at killing. And, you know, if they're an army that, you know, if they're like Tau and they're playing 90% vehicles, whatever, your army is really good to them. If they're playing a combined arms army, like some of your guys are really good at killing and some are not. I would not recommend playing Sky Splinter, though, to answer your question. Sky Splinter's not good, sadly. It is interesting, though. Light Warriors. So let me check my wife. My dog was missing. So if you want to practice Spectral Spite, it'll be the best. And it's also the most fun. Sky Spinner is power creep. Like I said, it has some niche things that are interesting, but it's a mix of Cartel kind of and Spectral Spite, and both the best parts are not there. Like a bad mix. It's a lot better than Real Space, which is just, I would say, staunchly like unplayable. Like nothing's unplayable. Real Space is just like, it's badly designed and not really great. It's kind of just like playing a really bad Ray Persuader because it doesn't have anything that's unique. I think it's better than that, but like it's probably the 5th attachment. Maybe slightly better than Coven. It's hard. Coven at least has a niche. But it's around that area, like around the Coven area. Alrighty. So what else do we want in this detachment? So I like the hand. I like it a lot. One also kind of issue with Sky Splinter, it's very similar to Spectral Spite and Cartel to an extent, but Cartel has more data sheets where it says you need to run these data sheets, which is things in cars, infantry and cars. And infantry and cars are what you need to run, and they're the only things that are going to get buffs. And there's only 2 data sheets really that do damage from cars, which are Witches and Incubi. Hand Archon with an Archon can do some amount of damage, but it's not a damaging unit, and Cowboy Warriors do fucking nothing. So you only have 2 units that essentially get the real buffs from the detachment, which is not great. Especially since Incubi are, they're obviously better. Like, an Incubi in this attachment is essentially still a worse Hellion, which is like, I don't like that. I don't like that one. We got some cool things. Like you have Hand the Archon scouting 7 and then moving 14 and disembarking. So that's a 24-inch move. And then charging because you have the land area strat. That's real spooky. It makes me want to run 2 Hand of the Archons potentially. So we got Incubi plus Incubi. For Lady Malice. God, this attachment's hard to already start attachment before. Big issue with Incubi. We could talk about Incubi being strict worse than Hellion. Like it confuses people. It misconstrues Hellions where people think Hellions are OP when they're not even close. Because Hellions are the only thing in the book that do actual damage baseline without like synergy and buffs and blah blah blah. Like obviously you have the units like Lilith and shit that can do damage to specific targets, but like generically Hellions are the only things in the army that does any damage. So they look better than they are. Incubi is the same data sheet as a Hellion. They do the exact same thing. Like so Incubi costs 1 more point. They have 1 less stack. They don't have Lance. They don't have Sustained. They have they have half the wounds. They have 1 less toughness. They have half the movement. We're like, they're infantry. They're half the movement. Being infantry does not matter at that point. They don't have a gun. And they don't have a good gun. Because Hellions have a gun, which is also good. So I'm giving that 2 points. They don't have reactive move. They don't have deep strike. It's like 11 points. And they don't have Witch Cult, which is actually a downside because it's the Witch tag is the best tag in the book. What Incubi have over Hellions is they have +1 AP. They have Dev Wounds sometimes. They have a 3-up save, but that's compared to T4 and a 2 wounds, so not really. They can be led. The leader's not that good. So why do Incubi cost more? Compared to Ynnari Incubi were 15 points. but I think it's a perfect value for an Incubi data sheet. I think current Incubi strength 5 should be 16-ish. They should be cheaper than Hellions. That would still only be 1 less point than a Hellion, which is still like, come on. This unit has 1 wound. It moves 7. There's only one way for it to advance a charge. It doesn't hit very hard. Like, I don't know about the lore specifically, but I'm pretty sure in lore, Howling Banshees are less like elite than Incubi. And Incubi hit on 3s. It's not like the weapon's that good. It's just a power sword, a 3-tech power sword. All right, there's my Hellion Incubi, right? There's a lot of ways. Like, that's also kind of an issue with Cablight Cartel. That's the actual, probably the biggest issue with Cablight Cartel. I still think it's the second best statue. Tied with Reapers. I don't know. They're up and down. They have both benefits. I think Cablight ekes it out. Is that Cablight Cartel tells you need to run all the cartel units. They're all overpriced. Oh, damn it. Cabalites are 15 to 20 points too expensive. Hand the Archons 20 points too expensive. Mandrakes, I think, are also actually slightly too expensive. They should probably be 70. And Incubi are between 10-ish points as a 5-man overpriced. 10 to 15, which makes it hard. All right, there's my Incubi rat. So I want to play Incubi, but it's like 90 points. Is like, come on, GW, please. This unit's not good. Bad. It's a bad unit. That's also like I'm trying to say. Do I want to run it? Like, do you run a 10-man Incubi in this attachment? Like, Raiders aren't good when they're not transporting like the units they synergize with. There's no, deep strike like the other 2 attachments have. Reaper's Wager plus Cartel, which is another big benefit for Incubi because you actually transport that in that attachment. In those attachments, you can actually efficiently get them places. I think you could only play 5-man's Venoms, which is like, you're gonna struggle to kill big things. Yeah, this attachment's kind of just broken. No, wait, no, you have the Raider. Let's do it. Let's be a man. 10-man Incubi plus the Raider buff, even though the Raider's kind of hard to use. I'm talking about the Land Raider strat for disembarking after you move. Where's Warlord? Let me get rid of this buff. Raider. Second Raider. Second time today. 2 Raiders. Actually, it's the 3rd time. I had 2 in Coven. Alright, so Incubi is the best day sheet in this attachment by a lot. And that's pretty cool. So Incubi with an Archon. Incubi with an Archon. Malice with Incubi. We're Incubi pilled today. Let's get 3 Archons. That's based. You could do that, yeah, because they have Deep Strike. It's less interesting because you can't do it for free. But that is an option. They were a lot better in the old Codex. They were 4 real stand wounds with AP3, but ignore that. It's another reason why they should be cheaper. Yeah, because when I was talking about Ynnari, I wasn't even counting them having, like, sure, they were strength 4, but they also had 5 first and 4 reals to wound. And battle focus. But they just feel like a 15 to 16 point unit. No, that's an option. Like, he just brought it up. You definitely could do that. This attachment has the ability to go both ways, like I said, because you have the Land Raider strat. So you can either just go 14 inches and disembark, which is kind of cute with witches. It's still unironically slower to just disembark the witches and advance a charge than use a strat on them, which is kind of funny. But the Raider can move 14, disembark 6, and then you can charge at witches, which is very cool. Yeah, that you're right about that, Robbie. People still think Lilith is OP. And I'm like, you're crazy. Like, I think she's fine in other detachments. I see every list having Lilith in every single attachment, and she's just not that good. A lot of times, like before in the index, nothing in your army did fucking any damage. Nothing. Your army did 0 damage in melee. So Lilith was like the best damage you had no matter what. And like that, she was also up to AP4 with reroll hits. And now everything in the army does, damage. Hellions exist, Incubi strength 5, witches are infinitely better, shit like that. So Lilith is kind of less important. And she just strictly got worse than outside attachments because she didn't change. And now she's not AP4 baseline and she's not reroll hits. Very important. Yeah, so like I don't even like her in Reaper's Wager and shit that much. I sometimes run her, and I definitely don't. I see her be runner in Cartel and stuff all the time. I don't do that. No siree, not for me. Is Trasar better than a 3rd Archon? Girders are unironically shit. But it is literally the only shooting option. It's that and Ravagers, and Ravagers are not good. So if you want shooting, you have to take Scourges. And they're very OP into specific armies and very bad into other armies and really bad into other armies. They're a very feast or famine unit. Like they're our answer to a Fire Dragon, and lol at that comparison. I still say current Fire Dragons are way better. People are like babies about the current Fire Dragons, but they still, like, people are dumb. Fire Dragons were played in Yunari, where you could not Fire and Fade them. You could not take Fuegan. And they were still great, because you just used them as suicide, but they went in, killed 1 to 2 vehicles each time, and then did it again. That's why Yunari was weak to mass like vehicles, but, you know, Armrigger span doesn't exist anymore, as it did before. So, you know, Suicide 5-man Fire Dragons is still quite good. But we don't have that. Our best anti-tank is Hellion Soul and Scourges, which are not good. No, sorry. They're not. We got 2 Raiders for an Incubi plus Lilith. Oh, speaking of Lilith, though, I see people running Lilith and a Venom, and that's like the biggest trigger that you're kind of a noob. Because that was the go-to in the index, so people were like, "Oh, index," because the normal witches on Lilith squad were shit. They were bad. Now the normal witches in Lilith squad are good. They have AP. They have more techs. They get up to AP2. They get up to AP in special strike. They get up to AP3 at strength 5 with lethal hits. That's not a bad data sheet. And then also the plus 6 inches of move. Yeah, anytime I see Lilith hanging out with Venom, I'm like, "What the hell are you doing? Get the times. Get the times, old man." Double witches. I don't know if I want to succubus. Only there was good enhancements. That's also one of the biggest issue attachments is the enhancements are hot dog shit. There was like good enhancements. Like that's one upside for Reaper's Wager, or not Real Space Raid. Real Space Wager has good enhancements. Is that they have that really good. They have 2 really good enhancements. You have the Archon enhancement for the free CP, or you have the Succubus enhancement, which goes to 9 attacks at straight at AP4. If that enhancer was in this attachment, that would be awesome. I would like an AP4 Lance 9 attack Succubus, potentially rerolls for fighting like a knight or something. What else do we play? Probably just random crap. Like, I guess probably attachment 1 Scourges. We're gonna put Scourges in. 2 Scourges. I'm not gonna pick weapons because it's just up to your choice. Then like we have 95 points. What do we do with 95 points? I don't know. An awkward amount like my Star Weaver. Oh, I'm not doing that. Those things are so bad. Bonus for the paint. Don't we already have a paint bonus? He's right here. Get my second one, I guess, but then have an awkward amount of 40 points left over. Nothing to spend it on. The fucking enhancements are so bad. Ooh, are they so bad? I guess we can take Nightmare Shroud and then like Reavers. Nightmare Shroud on the 10-man? We'll do that. 10-man, Nightmare Shroud. That's pretty okay at that point. What the fuck? Where do my points go? Was I like, oh, what about troops? Ew, troops. They're so bad. Reavers. All right, this is probably as good as you're going to get it. Close to it. Obviously, there's choices. I don't know if you run 3 Archons, but they're pretty good. They're really good with Lance. I'll say that. Drazar's probably better than one of these 3rd Archons, even though his ability overlaps with Lance. But then you don't have to use a paint token on him, at least. Probably, choice. Like, you could directly fit him right now. He's 85. But we'll just keep it like as is. Lady Mouse, Lilith, Archon with the Ignore Overwatch. 2 Nor Archons, all with Husk Blades. 1 Cavalry Squad, double Witches, 1 with Lilith, 1 not with Lilith. Hand of the Archon, 10 Incubi, 5 Incubi, 5 Incubi. 1 Mandrake Squad, 2 Scourges of whatever weapons. 2 Raiders, 2 Venoms. Seeing if I did this correct. No, we need a 3rd Venom. All right, you've been replaced Reavers with 3rd Venom. I already figured it out. Because we need a Venom for a hand, we need Venom for Cavalites, we need Venom for a Witch. and then people can jump in and out, whatever. Okay, so that's good. We got, like I said, a Mandrake, 2 Scourges, 2 Raiders, and 3 Venoms, and a Chronos. I think this is close to as something as good as Sky Splinter as you get to. You could probably, maybe in some ways, just a full jail style list with no, well, jail is in the infantry models, no Scourges, maybe another Hand of the Archon, stuff like that. Like I said, Hand of the Archon can go 20, what was it, 27 plus 14, 21 plus a 3-inch, 24 inches. They can move 24 inches and charge you. It's very good. So stuff like that. All right, that's every single goddamn attachment with the multiple Spectral Spite lists. Any questions? I kind of want to write a Blood Angels list if anyone wants to see that. And if no one wants to see that, I can just go. It's been a while, actually. Oh, we wanted to do Wind Rider Roast. Let's do Wind Rider Roast. Let me do that real quick. Wind Rider. This is, especially since this is probably the best attachment. It's this or it's this. Okay, it's this. This is the best attachment for Eldar now. Blood Angels, yeah, I'll make a Blood Angels list. I was playing them last night. I have a game versus EC going up tonight, by the way, if you want to watch that. Versus Court of the Phoenician. Yes, that's a big issue. Incubi are, Archons are. Incubi aren't. Incubi only need it against things they need it against. And so say if you're fighting like a normal squad that you don't need the thing against, especially because your dev wounds. If they you can check, see if they fail a battle shock first, then they're just hitting on 2s. You don't need the rerolls at that point. So you can save paint tokens that way. And also, unlike being paint token reliant isn't really a thing in this army anymore. It is for Spectral Spite. Spectral Spite has the one specific issue that's exclusive Spectral Spite is all your paint tokens for Spectral Spite. Well, obviously your Hellions kind of, but almost all your paint tokens Spectral Spite are used in movement phases. You're using in the charge phase and the movement phase, the Reavers and Witches and stuff. So you don't have the ability to bounce them around. Like you if you're advanced charging, you're not killing something. You're not getting a paint token out of it. You're just spending one. But in the damage type units, like Incubi, Hellions, Archons, Lady Malice, these units that every other attachment uses a lot more, Scourges kind of, you have the ability to just gain a paint token back after spending it. So it's like specifically a niche Spectral Spite where you're very paint token heavy in the early game. But even Spectral Spite, by turn 2, you have an infinite amount of paint tokens. Same thing with every other attachment, but in a better way. So yeah, kind of, Robbie, you're kind of right, but not fully correct. I'll say that. Let's make this a Rider list. All right. Where is Eldradio? Mr. 10,000 points himself. Let's look at the... You're going to make me laugh. Storm Guardians! I was going to make a joke in one of my newest videos. These motherfuckers, I was like, these guys are finally worse than Cabalites. They got nerfed. They're still fucking cheaper. They're so much better than Cabalites. And they were still like just an okay unit that people didn't run that often. My God. It makes me so annoyed playing Cabalites. All right. Let's get to Wind Rider Roast. Battle line. Wind Riders. Where's a Farseer? Oh, see ya. Oh, that's Epic Hero. Maybe Lycus. She's so expensive nowadays. And some sweet again. Scouts 9. Well, that's really good. I don't care about that. That's pretty cute. Don't care about that. Maybe we'll take this. All right. So what you do in this army? You do this. And you do this. There's the core Wind Rider host. 3 big bricks. And then some supporty guys. Maybe, 3 supporty guys. Let's just do 3. Proceed to. We take some Sky Runners to either lead or don't. You don't have to. Just pretty cool. This is pretty much the core of Wind Rider Host. This is what you'll see. You'll see 3 big blocks, maybe even more. You know, let's make 4 big bricks. 4 shuriken cannons. Very good in this current meta. And then some supporty Wind Riders. You'll take Eldrad. You'll take the Scout Farseer. Some amount of Skyrunner Warlocks. They can ambiguously lead or don't lead if you don't need them to, which is nice. They give the unit ignored cover, which is very important. Plus some extra guns. And then you run support around it. Some people are running fire prisms now. Yeah, some round of anti-tank. Because this army is so... Warwalkers are good here because you want the AP. What if we run some Warwalkers? 2 single Warwalkers. Let's do it. Let's go all in. We're men here. Manly men. Where is that unit? Where are you? What are they called? Schizoing out. What's the unit called? Force Spiders. Yeah, there. Because now you can be reroll hits, crits on 5s, lethal hits. They have strats, I think, for like +1 AP. Maybe sustained. I don't know what their strat is. They have a sustained with the scatter lasers. And then +1 to wound with Eldrad. Lots of buffs. Then, like, I don't know, it's some Dark Reaper. Oh, I'm 5 points over. Oh. Alright, goodbye, other guy. We'll take 1. Alright, this is like, you know, quick. This is a guy who doesn't play Wind Rider Host. What would someone with Wind Rider would look like? We take Eldrad, maybe Lycus, a Farseer Skyrunner with Scout, 1 Stormguard squad to hang out with Eldrad and do sticky. 4 bricks of Wind Riders with 2 supports. Sometimes people run slightly more Wind Riders, you know, go for full E36. I took some Dark Reapers just to AFK in the back and shoot some gun. You know, you need something to hang back there since it's such a glass cannon army. The Warp Spider Hangout Lycus. Lycus is very ambiguous because that shit is 240 points for 6 models. Some Skyrunners, you know, they give you ignored cover. They're bikers, so biker synergy. They have decent shooting because they each have a scatter laser and stuff. They have like almost the same output as these guys. They've taken scatter lasers because it's the same gun. Plus they did the sniper rifle. And then some Warlock Skyrunners to hang out with the bricks or be alone because it's only 45 points. It's the cheapest model you can run. And 1 Warlock to give AP. There you go. There's just a quick Wind Rider list of what people are going to run. It does Omega damage to pretty much anything in the game that doesn't like AOC 2-up saves. And even then, they can shoot them death with mass lethals. And their units are all strength 6, so very good into 99% of the units. This unit's army just hates Vector's cards, so, you know, not the worst place to be at. Blood Angels, though. Alright. Spoiler, what is this list? This is some of the models that I ran last night. Alright, so I ran Death Company Dreadnoughts last night. These guys suck. These guys are garbage. Awful. Awful data sheet. Can't believe I got tricked into thinking they were cool. Not running that, though. Never again. Can't make me. I'm on good day sheets now. Chaplain on jump pack. Where's the chaplain with the jump pack? There he is. You got triple captains. Yeah, so where is he? Here he is. Captain on jump pack cheaper than the one on foot. That's funny. Not in my 9th edition. I gave him the fucking Thunder Hammer. Ew. I hate the Thunder Hammer. It sucks. I don't want it. I don't know. Well, it doesn't matter. All right, so the options with this is some people like Dante. He's fine on the surface. He gives you +1 advance to charge, which is okay. But he gives you +1 to hit, which does nothing for Sanguinary Guard, except for shooting, I guess. So half his leadership ability is useless. So it's like you're essentially paying 50 points to get +1 advance to charge over a captain. And you lose +1 strength on charge and a free strat. That's really bad. His melee is fine. Like, it's fine. It's over a captain, you get +3 attacks, you get an AP. You lose a strength. His captain's a +1 strength on charge. It's like, it's not like insanely better than a captain's better. But not like, oh, not blowing my pants off. His best thing is a 6-inch aura battle shock every single turn, which is very good. I don't know if that's worth 50 points, I'll be honest. Because you lose a lot to take him. Like I said, you lose the +1 strength on the unit. Because that gets the spear guard to strength 8 with lance, which is very huge. All right, let's continue with this list. Like I said, I played against EC the other night, against Court of the Phoenician. If you want to see some Blood Angels in action, I played Blood Angels Challenger Cup, like I said. I ran a lot, more units that people think are bad. I ran whatever his name is, Ashtrath the Grim. That guy was the best unit in my army that whole weekend. That guy was so good. He's less important here because you get fight on death, but when I was playing Lag, it was based. All right. What I really liked was Death Company on foot. I ran them with the captain, though. That guy sucked ass. I'm never going to do that again. But Chaplain. That was pretty cool. The hell is this? Why is the setup so weird? Got 2 Viscerators, 2 alternate melee weapons. I get 1 alternate melee. Okay, I don't know why it's set up like that. Alternate melee with a plasma pistol and a fist. Then alternate weapons with power fists and infernal pistols. I did it right. I did it right. Go me. I did it. All right. Okay. So we got. I'm thinking I'm just gonna stick to captains and say fuck you, Dante. You suck. Also, another thing people don't use is 6-man Sanguinary Guard. I had a 6-man at Challengers Cup. It was awesome. I played last night. I played 2 games so far without the 6-man, playing Rage Cursed. And it sucked donkey dick. I want my 6-man back. How many heroes are interesting in this attachment? I'm not going to do it, though. But on the surface, they're cute. Also, Sanguinary Guard are not undercosted. People are crazy. They're just good. They do cost a shit ton of points, like 43 or something. For a dude that is made of paper against any gun in the game. They have no durability against guns. There you go. That's my core of what I like in this army. They kill a 6-man. They kill a shit out of anything in the game, but it's also the best user of Fight First, which is very important. It's also like the best against certain armies melee. It's the best hammer you can take. So like, you know, for playing against Vectrix Guard, a 6-man Vector will kill like 1 shot of Vectrix Guard squad. But like a 10-man Death Company probably won't, for instance. So you can have that unit, like I said, I said earlier in the stream, against Vectrix Guard, it's not just killing the Vectrix Guard, it's important to killing everything. But if you charge into Vectrix Guard, and you don't one-shot them, you're gonna lose. You're gonna lose like on the spot. So your most important hammer unit has to go 1-shot of Vectrix Guard unit. Just gotta kill it. So 3 Sanguinary Guard will not kill that. 6, you know, because then essentially that's where the strength 8 comes into play, Mr. Fuck You Dante. So his battle shock ability might win you at that point. So it's like the trade-off. Because then becomes strength 8 with lance. So they wound Vectrix Guard on 2s. But Dante, they're only strength 7. So AP 3, wound on 2s, hit on 2s rolling, wound on 2s rolling. It just hands them like, each guy is going to be probably 6 attacks. So 6 plus 8. What is that? 36, 42. Is that 42? 44? I think it's 48. 7. 6 plus 7. 36. Yeah, 43. So it's 43 attacks that hit on 2s rolling, wound on 2s rolling at AP 3. And they go, wow. Send them to death. Which is cool. It's also a cool reason for taking the Death Company on foot. One, unlike Death Company with jump packs, which are expensive, they are. Death Company foot are quite efficiently priced. They're only 10 more points than. What's the best way of single player against Vectrix? The best attachment to fight against Vectrix Guard. What does goods about Immortals? It has to be an army that does good amount. That's the options. So either you're taking a Death Company captain who gives them scout. I did that. It was not good. Or you're putting them in an impulsor. Maybe. Or just running. Because it's the only unit on your army that you're going to be taking that isn't a jetpack. So you can have a unit that's kind of slow. Just runs behind a wall turn one. Because Death Company on foot are very interesting. Because unlike Death Company on jump packs, they get one more weapon, which is kind of weird. But they don't do any more damage. They're just jump pack guys that reroll hits. And like I said, they have the extra eviscerators. But Death Company Marines have sustained. And when you fight on death, you get sustained 2 on every single model. So it means they're insanely good for fighting on death. And this attachment has it. Especially if you fight on death with a chaplain. Then it's +1 to reroll hits, reroll once to wound, +1 to wound, sustain 2. Go wee. And the better part is that they're very efficiently priced. How much are Death Company on jump packs? Death Company on jump packs, for instance, here it is. So they're 120. And Assault Intercessor jump pack is 90. So 30 more points. So that's the direct comparison because it's the same unit otherwise. And Death Company jump packs are great. But Intercessors, Death Company on foot compared to Assault Intercessors, only 10 more points. So they're very efficiently priced versus being expensive. And they do really good damage. Because these guys have the rerolls, but only against injectives, so it's very niche and hard to do. These ones have reroll hits always. They have the sustained hits, and they get extra melee. I quite like them. And they can take leaders. Because what it opens it up for you to do is you can take a foot chaplain. And the foot chaplain's the only guy to get this ability, spiritual leader. Maybe someone else has it, but I'm sure because the jump captain doesn't have it, sadly. So this ability lets you unbowshock someone automatically. So you can send in your 6 Death Company, bowshock them, get your stats, do all the damage, murder, fuck everyone, and then your chaplain unbowshocks them in the command phase. The next command phase, your opponent's command phase. So you still have AOC, sticky on death, active, interrupt, things like that. As obviously you wouldn't because you'd be bowshocked. You still be OC1, but you used to be bowshocked. It opens up the ability to take that, which is really good. Same thing, reason maybe taking Blade Guard Veteran is an option. Blade Guard Veteran without the +2 strength from lag is substantially worse because they were really interesting in lag. But they are, sorry, there are 5 attacks at strength 7. It's really good. I'm gonna get this way. I'm sorry. Be right back. I returned. Yeah, so getting a unit that can take a chaplain is pretty cool. All this tells you. So yeah, the only units that can essentially be led by this unit that matter at all are Blade Guard Veterans, Assault Intercessors, or Death Company. It's just Death Company, essentially. Like I said, I really like the Death Company foot because they're really priced efficiently, hit really hard. The Death Company jump packs are not. They're very good, but they're very expensive. Like for instance, like 3 Sanguinary Guard is almost the exact same price to fight Death Company. 3 Sanguinary Guard are a bit better. But I'm running 12 Sanguinary Guards, so we're already past that point. So yeah, let's get the thing. So we got the leaders to Sanguinary Guards. We got a leader for the Death Company. Now we need Lafarties. Hello, Lafarts. You're pretty cool. Now we get Fight First. It's going to be on the captain because he's cool. Fights first. I could just go full big dick. 3 squads of 10 Death Company. You can make one of them scout. Scout 6. Run in. 18 plus D6 inches. Beat the shit out of everyone. Go. And then have fight on death active in your opponent's turn. As part of Sparser. How much points would that be? It'd be all my points. I couldn't even do it. I don't think I have enough points for Scout. No, I definitely don't. No, my dream. No. Where is it? Carmine Reliquary. Yeah. Got 6. No. The dream is dead. Of the 30 Death Company jump backs. Shit. That's sad. Yeah, that list would be too feast or famine. It'd probably be OP as fucking teams though. Probably 20-0 everyone in the world with that list. So yeah, so I like the random 5-man though. Where is it? 5-man Death Company with jump back. Glad to not be running Assault Intercessors jump backs. That unit sucks so much. I don't know why people like it. They do nothing and they cost 1 billion points. All right, so there's that. It'll be interesting. Keep him as a slightly 120 points, not cheap. Cheaper unit to go punch people in the face. That's interesting. Or I can lead them with a captain. Captain's cool because he gives them sustained. Since he's a character, he lets their OC always be active, which is nice. And most importantly, not least importantly, he explodes, but it's a good explosion when they die. I got 190 points. What could I do? So 3 Sanguinary Guard. Death Company plus Foot Death Company. Something like this. $45 points. I can just buy a random ass character. I don't want to do that. No siree. I'm gonna take 1 Foot Company, but 2. That's too much for me. 190 points. What do I do with that? More Sanguinary Guard. That's what I'm hearing. Why is a 6-man still more expensive? I didn't even notice that. Weird. Okay, I like the 6-man. 6-man is for Chads. Enlightened. Let's take let's do it. Where is it? Carmine Reliquary. 60 points. Scouts are 70 points. I keep forgetting they nerfed them. 20,000 years ago. I'm a boomer. Oh, I have 160 points left over. Lol. What do I do with 160 points? Close to buying 2 more Death Squads Death Company. A full big dick. No. Squads of Blade Guard veterans. Woo! I don't know about that one. I don't know about that one, son. I could take Dante, which is what? Plus 45, so 180. 115 points left. I don't know about that. That's not actually going to do nothing. I take the Impulsor. It's fine. Gave me 80 points to buy something. Another Scout. Down 10. Let's see now. Angel Sphere, which will leave me 55 points, which does nothing. A repulsor. They're not dedicated transports. I'll be lieutenant. You're right. Thank you. We got him. Oh, there you go. Perfect. What got you into Dark Gallery? I could talk about that. So let's talk about this list. So I played a similar list last night, which instead of a 6-man, it had 3 3-mans plus 2 whatever they're called, Death Company Dreadnoughts. I did not like the Death Company Dreadnoughts at all. They were stinky dog shit. So instead, I got some more Sanguinary Guard. I got an Impulsor, Brick. Maybe not even just need the Impulsor. Like, yeah, maybe. I don't know. I could just keep them on foot and just take another Death Company squad. Probably better, I'll be honest. Just run up the board. I like that. I like that a lot more. We'll just keep it as is. All right, so 3 chaplains, one of which has fight first. A normal chaplain on foot, the captains with jump packs. A normal chaplain on foot, hang on the death company. Chaplain with jump packs with the scout and reroll battle shocks. So now you have death company that can go 18 to 24 inches turn 1, and then charge people. Go, wah! Lieutenant combat weapon. 5 intercessors. 5 foot death company. 25 jump pack death company. 12 secondary guard, a scout, and an impulsor. All right, that's it. That's probably what I'm going to play next. Next time I play Blood Angels. All right, Dark Eldar. Multiple reasons. I played Yunari, so I already had a bunch of Incubi, some Cabalites, and some Venoms. So I had some stuff left over already. I've always liked Dark Eldar. In my opinion, the Cabalite has always been, in my opinion, the best looking troop in the game. I've always liked the Dark Eldar looks, like Incubi, Cabalites, Paint Engines. I love Venoms, stuff like that. I played them in 8th edition with the funny 4-up invul save, Homunculus Coven, detachment, or whatever, sub-faction, which I think that was the Aryan Wrathgarth faction. That shit was funny. Mentalises were good because I'd fly so I could charge the evil planes. So I've always liked Dark Eldar. Ironically, Dark Eldar was my least favorite army in 9th edition in the game. I fucking hated that army. People are like, why don't you like Dark Eldar? Because it's a fucking melee army. And I'm like, it's cringe. Succubus was cringe. The Court of the Archon loan op shit was cringe. I'm sorry if you know you guys played 9th edition, you don't understand what I'm talking about, but I hated that army in 9th edition. I hate it so much. 10th edition, obviously I didn't play it because it was fucking boring as fuck. It had no rules. It was a terrible designed army. But when the Codex came out, I saw Spectacle Spike. I'm like, that's the coolest detachment 40k. I'm gonna play that. And then everyone said it was bad, so I'm like, I don't know. I don't think so. I'm gonna play it. And this was actually the only time I've tested a lot. When I play 40k, I don't fucking test. For tournaments, I write a list and then I play one game and we're like, boom, that's good enough. I don't test ever. I don't know. I didn't really have the time for it. I will play a couple games before, but usually I don't too often. Like for instance, say at Tacoma, which I won this year, the GW Major. I used to be one of the best Death Guard players in the world. I got Best in Faction Death Guard 2022 or something. The very end of 9th, whatever the last couple months of 9th edition was, I got it that year. Playing 70 Plague Marines, because that is the hypest shit ever. And then the Codex came out, and I fucking hated the Death Guard Codex. It was boring as fuck. It essentially said Plague Marines are dog shit. You must run a bunch of cost-efficient chassis that aren't good. They're just cost-efficient, which is why the army's bad now, because nothing's cost-efficient. They're all just Rhino chassis. They're all T9 with 3-up save and 10 wounds. It's an army of Rhinos. Like, I don't want to fucking play this army. Plague Marines are so unplayable, and I want to play Plague Marines. And the GM was like, nope, you're not allowed to do that. You're going to run Rhino chassis and Destro Terminators only. I'm like, oh my god. So I didn't play the Codex for like 3 months, even though I used to be one of the biggest Death Guard players in the world. And then, like a week before Tacoma, this was before people figured out Mortarian's Hammer was broken. Everyone still thought Victorum was good. And I hated Victorum because that's what it was doing. And then I like looked at Mortarian's Hammer again, because everyone's like, when you can read all the reviews for Death Guard Codex, they all said Mortarian's Hammer is bad and Plague Scholars are unplayable. Which, as you, I don't know if anyone played fucking 4 months ago, Plague Scholars were not unplayable. So I played Mortarian's Hammer, and I'm like, this attachment's probably OP. I'm like, this attachment looks OP. Let me play this. And that attachment was broken. So I played one test game. I'm like, all right, there's my list. I locked it in for Tacoma. And then I went like 10-0. That's usually what I do. Some background knowledge. That's just how I be. But then the Worlds was coming up. This is also right after Yunari got essentially banned from GW. They said, nope, you're not allowed to play that shit ever again. So I had to find a new army. That's why I played Mortarian's Hammer. And then like that was like 3 weeks before Jukari came out, maybe. So I was chilling. I played another GT with Mortarian's Hammer the week afterwards and won that. And then Jukari came out essentially right after that. And I read it, and I really liked the Codex in general. In my opinion, it's one of the best written codexes in terms of design and rules. not points. I really like the paint token design. I hated the old one because it was boring. It was nothing. It was a bad mini game with just a generic buff that everyone had. Now everything does everything specific, so it's all cool. You can design your units what you like, what they want them to do. If you want a 6-inch deep strike, you can take it. No, you can't. The unit's unplayable. If you want a cool fight on death, you can take it because Vitalis have stuff like that. So that's really sweet. I love the design, and then they reworked it to make it more usable with the ability to switch them at will. Pick. Not have to use them all be in the face. Like the fuck. And then they made all the data sheets a lot better generically, so they're not just like maybe you do slightly less damage now than you did before because a lot of times your units were balanced. They're not doing AP1 plus reroll hits and +1 AP, but your units do generically way more damage baseline, which is a much better system, much better to have. Like obviously, every unit in Space Marines is a lot worse when you're not hitting them with oaths, but you want units in Space Marines that are good when they're not hitting things with oaths. They're Space Marines agnostic units, people call them. So now the army is paint token agnostic, which is great. And I really like, I always like the Drukhari stuff. And then I read Spectacle Spite, and that's exactly the type of things I like. Very fast melee transport models that essentially tells you to run the smallest amount of guns as possible. I hate running guns. The name for the channel is a meme. I don't know if anyone's known that. It was always a meme for me. I was notorious. People call me the guy who would just deploy on the line and go turn one charge people, which wasn't totally incorrect because a lot of that came from me playing triple Talamon Dreadnought and the 9th edition Custodes, which used 8th edition Codex. Yep. Yeah, you're right, Dobby. So since what gets me back to the story of Drukhari is essentially I didn't play the army at all. And it wasn't, I'm notoriously the guy who plays elite infantry spam. I'm the guy who I played 30 Custodian Guard the first Tacoma I won, and I won that against the Eldar players. I played 70 Plague Marines. I love elite infantry model, like infantry on the ground, walking up. So I'm not notoriously the guy who plays the Drukhari models, though I played Eldar the whole year before, because I loved the Eldar Codex. That Codex was so cool when it came out. It was my favorite, so I played it, not because it was OP. Sometimes it just consolidates that I switched to an army that's OP. I switched to Drukhari and definitely was not OP. So I actually put a lot more test games as much as possible I could. It wasn't a lot. You'll hear a lot of the pros and influencers like, I put 20 test games into this tournament. I'm like, the fuck? Psychos. So I put a couple more. I put a good amount more test games in Spectacle Spite than usual. That's why I'm like, I literally thought I was being schizo. I'm like, why am I the only one who thinks this detachment's really good? I'm crazy. I'm like, am I just like dumb? Because sometimes, obviously, it happens where some people overhype something. So it happened the year before Star Shatter, where all the influencers and a lot of the people said Star Shatter is going to ruin the game, and it did not, to say the least. Stuff like that happens. Sometimes people over exaggerate, or sometimes people under exaggerate. So I'm like, I must be over exaggerating detachment. I must be Magical Christmas Landing. So I had no one. But the issue is I had no one to bounce ideas around because everyone thought Spectacle Spite was bad. I usually have people I could bounce ideas off of, so I don't need to test too much. So I can just like ask questions or like say blah 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 blah. So I had to play more games. But then also why I got locked into Scourges, because the only thing I knew about Drukhari, I knew everything about Drukhari. I know all the armies. Like I've played 10 billion games of 40k. Is I know that Scourges are good. Everyone runs Scourges. Everyone ran Scourges Reaper's Wader. Everyone ran Scourges the world. So I'm like, I guess I should play Scourges. Because I didn't, I guess I rambled off the edge. But that was the process of Spectacle Spite and why I chose it. I just thought the attachment was the coolest thing in the fucking world. I loved it. I loved everything about it. Because I liked Bile, but I hated how the attachment ability worked. So having a better version of Bile was awesome, while having units that actually work with the drugs better, because Bile does not work the drugs very well. A lot of the drugs are bad for Bile. And then all the Bile strats are bad. And then I'm like, I asserted that Challenge Met was on the surface. I'm like, this is the strongest strat in 40k. And then it was. I was very correct on that. So I used a lot of my list building and my design around the strat and the value you can make from it. That's why against Worlds, like Grey Knights, I put him on 6 primary. Or he went 3. He got 18 primary, because he went second, but it was 0 on turn 2, 3 on turn 3 because we were playing linchpin, 0 again on turn 4, and then he got 15 on turn 5 because I went first, which I'm like doing great. And then my first game at Worlds was against Triple to Spoiler. I'm like, this is the worst possible thing that could happen. Triple to Spoiler, you know, everyone says you're awful in the vehicle, so I'm like, ugh. I didn't really believe that at the time because I played a good amount of games at that point. But he went first on Purge, so my whole plan of being able to cuck people doesn't really work on Purge. Doesn't work at all. He went first on table 8, and he's playing Chaos Knight, so 13 inches or faster, touches both sides objectives. Actually, let me pull it up on TTS. You know, since we're not staring at the screen. Uno momento, por favor. La 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 la. Uno momento. Turning on TTS, give me a second. That was because I play in 2 different Steam accounts, so I have to switch them over depending on which account I'm playing in. I share one with my brother, depending. Yeah, I can just pull out the picks, but it's better. It's better because then I can move around the game. This will only take me like a minute. So I grab a spoiler just to show what was happening. Look at that. There it is. All right. The magic. Yes. Yes. Visual aids. Yes, it is. I beat everyone. If you want a spoiler for the game, don't close your ears for a second. You can watch me get wrecked by fucking birds. That was my cartel, though. Definitely not cheating. Yeah, point. Fuck. Also, that attachment is infinitely worse when you play the Puppet Master way back correctly. Now that we've actually figured out how that enhancement actually works, or does it let you cheat? Here you go. Where's the ugly man? Blue is the correct color, by the way. Play other color. Where's it? Right, this is. I think it was. Or purge. Is there a tipping point purge? Probably just. Should have been. Fully was Hammer and Anvil. God, GW Psychopath. God, I was Hammer and Anvil. Oh my god, it's so dumb. Get rid of it. Here, it all sucks ass. Yeah, this looks about right. All right. Save it. This one didn't matter. Boop, boop, boop. Nope. All my models. All right. What are they at? Okay, 40 of these ladies. Damn it. They're not. Do this shitter unit. So these. These. You guys. Friend. Friendly Thanos. And an Mandrake. Aliens. Alright. So, blah blah. He was deployed. He had like 2 carnivores over here too. What I do is obviously I can't just deploy my Hori back here. Alright, we'll just lose not being able to do anything, so it's Birds of Foe. I have to deploy kind of aggressively, but as aggressively as possible. So you could say I misdeployed, like actually, because I got shot, but there's nothing I could do. So I deployed like this, let's say, something like this. Obviously, I could have a direct picture show you, but I don't want to. Actually, I delete that, so I have to get off my phone again. This I think with the Hellions. So I purposely deployed the Hellions here as bait, hoping he'd go for them and not go for the important units. Like, give my brain here. You turn one. There's Mandrake's. Oh. They're over here. Here or something. Where are these? Wait a minute. It. We're only talking. Kronos was over here. My deployment was kind of like this. Something like this. Maybe not exactly. And I had my witches, whatever. These don't matter. They didn't die. Probably had a witch here, a witch here, and a witch here. So what happened is I was deployed like this, which is not aggressively, but not completely back here, which is the only safe place, I guess. Because hammer nail's terrible. I have these Hellions out here purposely, knowing he could shoot them because I wanted him to shoot them over other things. You know, and the way where they're not like, you know, the only way he can shoot them is like from right here. If he puts a knight right here, which means he can only shoot like those, maybe like a Venom or something. Things were deployed better. I'll tell you, this is very fast. I'm like, okay, this I'm gonna sacrifice a couple units. I'll go first. If he goes first, it's also purge, so it's really good for him. And since it's purge, I can't steal his objectives. Blah 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 blah. Oh, I had both Reavers over here. Sent them both out. Spoiler alert. So I don't know. The one maybe was over here, one was over here, but they're all around here because I sent them both in turn 1. It goes, you know, turn 1, advance. You know, get this guy within range of this objective. Oh, okay, they're both touching the freaking terrain. They can all see me now. All right, I can see your Scourges. I can see your Mandrake, your Hellion, because I'm over here or something. I can see your Hellions and your Venom. Boom. Dead. 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 A Witch Squad. Dead. One of this. Dead. So this is essentially what I'm losing turn 1 before I take my first turn. Into the army, I'm supposed to be super weak into on the mission, my worst mission, his best mission. Before I take my first turn. This also died, by the way. Spoiler: else 2 Venoms. The Succubus disembarked and went here. Whatever. Here's boom. Oh blah. Very cool. like that, like that. So what I do is send this here, send a witch here. There's a witch there. Send both reavers over. Both reavers. A Lilith. And a succubus. I think I leave one in the venom, which is probably Morgana's curse, which is probably why I didn't kill him. Spoiler alert. So this is what I have. I have Lilith, reavers, all my reavers, Lilith, a succubus, and some mandrakes and Snore witches to charge this guy. Eat him up. After this guy had killed like 30, 40 of my army on turn 1, before I get to take a turn on Persephone, he gets down to 1. So I have already lost, coming close to half my army. His knight lives on 1. And this is Persephone. This is like the most cringe cursed opening of all time. But it eventually came down to this died, I think, in like Overwatch or something. It died on the turn 2. I also fought the carnivore, brought it down to like 1. I'd killed this carnivore. I killed both carnivores by like turn 2. And then on turn 2, Rapid Ingress here. He came up here. Also, since it was a new attachment, obviously it's not him. He set himself up to get challenge meted by the second carnivore, and he would have lost the game on the spot. So he literally had to redo his whole movement phase, by the way. This guy had to remove, this guy had to remove, a carnivore had to remove. I was like, fine. This is the first game special side, that's fine. It's like, whatever. I wasn't trying to gotcha you that. If you thought I was a gotcha, it's fine. I'll let you fix it. But I could have won literally on turn 2 right then. They would have just won the game. Because whatever, would have just killed that guy. He would have been a fight me, and then I would have killed him next turn and would have lived, blah, blah, blah. But he went here, shot some more dudes, killed most of the stuff. But I killed this. I killed the carnivore over there. And then the 10 aliens came down, murderized this guy. Blah, 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 blah. But I killed this by turn 2, which was really good. All this shit was pretty much dead, though. It was like, blah, 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 dead, dead, dead. And essentially, I was left with, this was my army. And this raider came over here or something. I don't remember. Man, he probably died. This guy came. These guys fire and faded for 2 turns, and eventually they died to the. I actually lived because the haywire, the anti-LS guns are really bad at killing these guys. I get a 3-up save and they hit on force. It's just D6 shots. These guys essentially suicided in turn 2 to like stop this primary and charge something. 10 Hellions easily kills a knight. We can just show you right now. I had strength up, maybe 1 buff. I think I was strength and weapon skill, so I was like above average. But you don't need it. Here you go, lethal hits. And then wound on force. And they just get 4-up saves. Alright. There you go. He just took 28 damage, died. And that was like me not even rolling very well. I rolled like 21s. And that's like, if you do literally 0 damage. Like, you can do 4 damage with grenades, you have a couple other random shots. Yeah, 10 Hellions easily. 10 Hellions with 1 damage buff, so weapon skill, attack, or strength, and lethal hits. And literally like a grenade will 1-shot a knight. Very good. So yeah, just molested the shit out of him. Obviously, they got shot to death. So by essentially going into turn 4, he had this guy left and a stupid Beast and Urgle. You Beast and Urgle. That was all he had left on. So what I had to do was fucking delete this guy, delete that guy. What I was trying to say is that I had essentially the worst opening possible ever, and I still had to win that game, which was not fun. Which also showed me that the strength I already knew, but like real exact value, the strength of what can happen, and why I've always known this statue shits on knights. This is also like the hardest version of knights to deal with. Morgana's curse does about 16 damage to a knight, by the way. I guess I can show you in real time if you want to see. Sure, we'll do Morgana's curse. What are my drugs? Okay, let's do it for reals. All right. Never mind. I'm not going to kill it now. We failed. Those are fine. The World Spawn are only T5, so they die to anything. Shoot them with some Hellion guns, do a couple damage, just melee them to death. They shoot them with a Reaver Melta. They'll die. Reaver Melta hits them on 3s or 2s, wounds on 2s, they don't get a save. Poof out of existence. But since they're just T5, like witches will kill them. Like I said, the Reavers will kill them. Reaver Meltas, mortals and Meltas. Lots of options there. But yeah, so that's what I had to come up from. That was not a fun game. Yeah, he was a fine opponent, but the experience of the game itself. And then game 2 was against Grey Knights, which you know, very good matchup. Like I said, turn 2, we played Linchpin. The ejective was over here. I had stolen his. I put some reavers here and went like, wee, my home field. Because he had 4 strike marines on the ejective and 6 reavers is a lot more OC than 4 strike marines. So you got no primary in turn 2. Yeah, because turn 1 I had advanced. What's you're not that late. I guess you're late. I'm probably ending a little bit soon because I finished all the things I want to do. Unless people want something specific. Oh, okay. I don't know. You have to delete your weird. Okay. Hello again. I'm just talking out of my ass right now. But Grey Knights. This is all table 8. I had I have them almost here. I guess I can show you really. Let me pull them back up. Delete all of them. I'm not doing anything. Yeah. What I did in the Grey Knights is I went like this. This is like my turn 1 movement. I went first, so very not what you want, the Grey Knights. No, Grey Knights sucks ass in this army. I'll be playing Garrett, I think tonight. He's on the Objective Secure channel. If you know, I don't know if anyone's watched that, but he's kind of niche, kind of like me. Similar amount of subs. I'll be playing tonight. And, you know, I'm not knocking on wood here, but I think I'm going to beat the crap out of him. And if I don't, you know, that's a punishment for me saying that. But that'll be a good video. I'm just trying to show you what my turn 1 movement into Grey Knights was. It also shows why 6-man Reavers are better than 3-man Reavers. I think I want those like this. Because I also think I had secure and engage or something. You share your thoughts about cartel? Yes, I'll just pull up the list I got again. Oh, this was tipping point. We still have tipping point. There we go, fixed. So I had what's the secondary? Let me look it up. I think it was like secure, tempting. I'm pretty sure it was something like this. Just the secure or extend. Tempting turn 1, so obviously tempted this objective. So what I did. This was my turn 1 movement. So since he went second, and then I had all this shit blocked off with like witches and stuff. This was like my stuff that moved out. Like I had Scourges here, Scourges here. So what this happened was that the Grey Knights, who are the uppy downy army, who are very good at shooting, who want to uppy downy turn 1 and shoot you from angles and blah blah. He could not. He could not go anywhere. That mattered. He could jump up and come down to the same spot. And I had Mandrakes right here, I think. I think I put the Mandrakes there to block that off too. I'm pretty sure. I will not say for sure that I did that, but I think I did. Sounds about it's usually what I do. So something like this. This is what I did against Grey Knights. So his only spots he could come in was the spots he deployed in. So his whole value of being an uppy downy army was nil. It also means he can't touch this objective or this objective because he will get charged. Those objectives are immune from him. So that means on the next turn, the max primary he's getting is 3. So I'm already way up because I'm getting at least an 8, if not a 13. And so he does that. He jumps up and down, kills these Reavers, whatever, and that's it. Since you have DTO, do you understand how do you take primary just Imperial Guard or Sisters? I do have literally a game versus Sisters on the channel. If you want to watch that. Yes, I can do that. But yeah, so he can only jump down up here turn 1. And so he didn't do anything. He killed these guys, like whatever. Was shooting, but he couldn't get on the objectives because I would have challenge meted him, and then he would have been in a very bad spot. Because he couldn't shoot me, he wouldn't kill me in melee. The only thing that would kill these guys in melee is like 10 purifiers. which they were not there. They were back there hiding like little babies because they were scared of being molested. So that's what happened. Turn 1, he did nothing. He didn't score like any points. I scored a bunch of points. And then turn 2, he had 4 primary on the objective. I went like, wee, mine. And then he scored a 0. And once again, I had blocked off the whole thing. Like I put witches here. These Hellions, so they came out and like beat the shit out of someone. He had like 2 5-man squads over here plus a Grandmaster. I charged out the squad here, beat the shit out of things over here, and stayed in combat. Because what a Dread Knight cannot do is kill 5 witches in combat because it has fucking 5 attacks. So I completely locked him in. The army, like the only thing the army that has versus us that is good is Crow Rapid Ingress into an Overwatch. Because that unit has 4 Strength 6 Flamers that reroll wounds or reroll ones to wound, so reroll wounds, and then a bunch of bolters. That's pretty good for that, but everything else is very inefficient, very bad, because the army is just a bunch of 2-up saves. We have the ability to go mass AP4 with like Lilith or Morgana's Curse. They cannot use their 6-inch Deep Strike almost ever. It's very hard to use because you can challenge met the 6-inch Deep Strike and just cuck them. And yeah. So like I said, he scored 18 primary, and I scored max. And the only reason he got 15 total, he would have gotten 3 if he went first, is because he went second, and obviously I was most stable at that point. And he was an up and down army. He went here, here, and here, and he scored the max primary, whatever it was. And that was fine. What was the extra score? Let's see what the extra score is. Let me pull it up. You know, I can pull it up and show you guys. He might have got slightly more primary. Let's see. Because this is from World, so I could just show it here. And then I'll look at the thing you're asking, Spencer. After that, sign in. Oh, let me sign in. All right, cool. You can see all my events here. Wow. That's the one I'm going to, by the way. That's the team one I was talking about. Oh, it's 200 players. That's pretty cool. Overview. Roster. Where's me? No. I'm gonna go to placings. Me. Okay, so Antoine. I'll go to pairings. This guy, I also played him in Challenge Cup, which is kind of funny. He was playing EC and I was playing Blood Angels. He was playing very nice. You're right about that. Hey. There I am. Where is the score? Oh, it doesn't have the score. Sorry, it just shows the total score. Silly me. I'll show it on Tabletop Battles. So yeah, he got 3-3 and then 15 primary. He obviously scored a shit ton of secondaries. I can't stop those. Those great nights. But he scored 0. So turn 1, like I said, I got Area Denial and Tempting Target. That's what I did with the Reavers while jailing him. And then his turn 1, he got Extend and Marked for Death. And like I said, Extend is very easy on turn 1. And he could not do it because I blocked it off with the Reavers. And so he got decent secondaries the rest of the game because, you know, those things like Area Denial on turn 2, Display of Might on turn 3, Overwhelming Force, Area Denial on turn 2. Like things are easy to do, so he was keeping in, but his primary was I got 8-3, 13-8, and then he got 3-3 and 15. So I completely clipped him on primary, even going first on a notoriously go second mission against a go second army. So that's the type of things that are happening. Alrighty. So let me see. You want to show Cartel real quick? We already built out the list, so you can rewatch the VOD later if you want. But we made all these lists today. Aren't they beautiful? So this is my generic, what I think after playing Cartel, what I would evolve to. Because before I used to play 3 Scourges and 2 Reavers, Ravagers. No matter. But I found out when playing a good amount of Cartel games is the army is way too elite. And it's super, you have the notorious weakness of Old Jakari that people still think is attested to Spectral Spite. Is that your army is very weak to being pressured and it's very easy to encapsulate on or whatever, like just push into from all sides, which is a fake assertion to Spectral Spite. That is not correct. People are wrong about that. Spectral Spite, if people try and pressure you, you will win the game. But this attachment is so weak to it. There's so much games because you have to play because the attachment where Scourges are the best and the most important unit. They protect the Scourge game so hard, and I was running, I thought, a decent amount of doer units, things like Mandrakes and 3-man Reavers and 5-man Cabalites. Enough of those where I thought it was good enough. I did not have enough. By turn 1 or 2, I would always run out and then just lose. So I switched up the list. I took out a Scourge squad. I took out a Ravage squad. So this is the new updated list. I added more Cabalites against my will. I hate Cabalites. And I added the Infiltrate enhancement, which I was running before. Because in my mind, I didn't need more Infiltrate. I already had like 3 squads of Mandrakes, maybe 2 squads. Like that's already a crap ton of Infiltrate in the grand scheme, especially ones with loan up. But it was not. Need more dudes. So I don't know if this list will not work. It might be what's the word? Damage capped. I don't think so. I never had an issue with doing damage with Cabalite Cartel. It was just living was always the problem. All right, to the list. Drazar, Lady Malice. 2 Archons with Infiltrate and the Deep Strike. 2 Cabalite Warriors, 1 Hand the Archon. I love Hand the Archon, by the way. I just wish they were 100 points. But this unit's awesome. Big fan. Glad they fixed it. The one thing, GW, let me pull up a unit that they did fix. That they have not fixed. And they've in the same time period, they had fixed this unit. So where is it? Where's this stupid unit? There they are. So Wolfguard Terminators have essentially this. No, Wolfguard Head Takers have the same type of ability. Where at the start of the game they pick something, but they pick a unit. They're beginning to get Dev Wounds and Precision, but it has this little caveat: this unit can be used even if it's on a transport. You know what doesn't have that keyword? Fucking Hand of the Archon. Hoping. Being is so silly. This guy's. So the issue with Hand of the Archon is one, this ability is not that good in general, but still, is you don't get to use Archon's Will if you're in a transport. So they don't even have a data sheet. So that's really annoying. GW, please update that. But I really like how they have Scout. Like some people like to run Corsairs, and these are cheaper per model than Corsairs. Corsairs are 130s, 125. They have Drukhari benefits. Corsairs don't. And these hit harder in melee, which is always my biggest issue with Cabalites, is they can't kill anything in melee because it's just the Archon plus 1 little shitty sergeant. These guys have a much extra melee weapons, which is really nice. And then and then depend in Cartel specifically, the lethal hits is when you're trying to fight infantry is better than the reroll wounds. And then like a lot of times it's always better because your opponent just won't be on objectives. Because then you're lethal sustained and can be reroll hits and crits on 5s, and you'll hit really fucking hard. Which is sweet. But yeah, I really like this unit. I just wish it was not 125 points. Please fix that. Cavalite should be like 90 to 100, and these guys should be 100 to like 105. If that. But yes, that's them. Back to the list. Hand Archon, 1 Hand Archon, 1 5-man Incubi, 1 10-man Incubi, so 1 going in a Venom with Drazar, and 1 going in Deep Strike with the Arcanio Man. And what's also cool with the Hand Archon combined with the Infiltrate is since they have Scout and Infiltrate, you can do some cool turn 1 beat the shit out of your opponent plays, which is fun. Big fan of that. As a striking Scorpion enjoyer, I can attest to Infiltrate Scout 7 with good melee weapons. And then 3 squads of Mandrakes now. Some people like to do 2 squads with a 10-man. I just like I've said many times, I don't understand why you'd ever want a 10-man. They don't do any damage. We're not in a meta where having 1 giant Infiltrate matters. Like we're not in a meta where people are trying to vie. We've been vie for Infiltrate. We're having the turn 1 Infiltrate is game winning. It hasn't been that way for like 8 years, like since like early 9th edition, early 10th edition to like early to mid and 10th edition. It's just not important. Most armies don't have Infiltrate, and the armies that have Infiltrate don't really care. People don't take Infiltrate just to have Infiltrate. They take it because the model itself is also good otherwise. Like, people would not take scouts just because they infiltrated in Space Marines. They take scouts because it's one of the cheaper units, and they have scout and infiltrate and uppy downy, not just because they infiltrate. So I don't really understand the 10-man. I don't think it makes any sense. But yeah, 3 squads of Mandrakes, so I still have the same amount, just in 3 squads. 2 Scourges. Like I said, I found the 3-man was way too clunky, way too hard. It made you lose. It pushed you into bad things. What about 10-man dev wounds and sustained contract? I do have a 10-man. Right here. Heals. Like I said, I had a game against Votan where it had the best possible interaction. They charged a Hearthguard Terminator, which are T5 Terminators with 2 wounds. They failed Battle Shock. They were the contract. So I was sus on 5s. Oh, Mandrakes. That's not going to do any damage. It's 2 shots of 5/1/1. You don't have any rerolls. You just hit on 3s. This unit doesn't do damage. It's fake damage. Dude, you're not taking Mandrakes because they do any damage. They're very expensive. They're 15 points. They just have a bad melee weapon, and they have a mid gun. It's a slightly better gun in the grand scheme of the army because none of the guns in the army do anything, but it's like it's a really shitty Purifier gun. Purifier guns are 4-2-1 ignore cover, anti-infantry 2-up, and dev wounds. Maybe they're not dev wounds. I don't remember. The dev wounds doesn't matter. You don't have reroll wounds. It doesn't mean anything. You might do a couple damage, but also since sustained contract is army wide, a 2-5-man's is the exact same damage as 10-man's because using crits on 5s this unit is a giant noob trap. Never do that. It would be so much better on something like Scourges or just saving the CP and using it in melee. Like the sustain on 5s with no rerolls is nothing. It's equivalent to +1 hit. You equivalently get 20 hits, which is like fine, but then you're wounding on 3s, 4s, or 5s because the only damage that's really gonna do anything is the dev wounds. So if you get 20 hits, your average is 3 dev wounds. So against a unit that is your contract, and that's the only unit you can use it on because you can't use it anywhere else. That's why the damage is really fake at that point. But yes, back to the list. Sorry. 3 Venoms for the 3 units. So now we have 3 people in Venoms and 3 people who can infiltrate. And then 2 Hellions. This is the hard part. I had 2 Reavers in this instead, but then the list ended with 30 points left. So I'm like, there's nothing I could do with 30 points. So I just upgraded the 2 Reavers into 2 Hellions, which is fine. I didn't think Hellions Reavers were too important in this detachment, because I have a shit ton of just random doer units, 3 Mandrakes, 6 squads of Cabalite type data sheets. So I didn't feel it was that important. So like the Hellions at turn 1 beat the shit out of someone I felt was better, even though they don't have any synergy with attachment. This is like the weird part. Like this is like the final 170-ish points, which is kind of awkward. Like it could be a Scourge squad, and then you have 40 points left over that doesn't do anything. So it's kind of awkward. So I just put Hellions here. And then 1 Ravager. No Kronos, which it could be a Kronos, but he just attachment resonated. Like the last game I played it, I had 10 pain tokens by turn 2 or 3. It was very funny. It was like, against Votan, I completed my contract every single turn. So I had 10 pain tokens by turn 3. No Kronos needed. So 1 Ravager. Like I said, the 2 Ravagers felt awkward. I think you can go to 2 Ravagers and 2 Scourges. I don't think you can do 3 Scourges and 2 Ravagers. This is what they show us having. And no problem, no matter. That was deep. So this is what I think. This is at the moment the best possible way you can play in singles within reason, depending on the terrain and stuff. But this is the list I'm going to play for the next time I play Cartel. I'll play this list. All right. Someone wanted me to talk about sisters and shit. I'm going to do that. Now that we got that over. What do we see? What was the Scourges again? Sorry, sisters, man. So you guys are showing how you would take primary and center opponent's bench it versus like Imperial Guard or sisters with large infantry and flamers. It's not even like a thing. The other armies have a lot of those. Like sisters, the only flamers they have is the sanctifiers that they take, which got nerfed and people are cutting them. So they might have 1. which, like I said, I played a game versus Sisters where he played pre-nerf Sisters, Bringers of Flame, so like quote unquote the worst possible matchup, which was it was like 7 holes plus Vol, and I stomped him. If you want to watch that, how to actually beat Sisters that well. But I'm not like calling you dumb. I'm trying to think like there's not mass flamers in those armies. Isn't really thing. Like Bringers of Flame might bring some of the hand flamer ladies, the Seraphim, but they're notoriously bad right now. They're not good. They're way too overcost. They do no damage. But usually Sisters don't bring a lot of flamers. A Sisters list is usually Immolators, which bring Meltas. If they bring Dominions, they bring Meltas on them. So Melta's there. They might bring 1 to 2 Sanctifiers, probably 1 now at the point of Surf, which has flamers. So that's a 1 flamer unit. Sacrosancts, they don't have guns. Vol, no flamers. Castigators, no flamers. There's like no flamers. If you can like tell me a list, I can talk about it more. Hero Guard also just has no flamers. The army doesn't take any. The only flamers they get is they bring Catachan, which no one brings Catachan unless you're supposed to be playing Recon Guard and you've already run out of all the other day sheets. Nichely, the Krieg Engineer, the Krieg heavy support weapon things. That's not really meta at all. Sometimes people put a couple flamers on the Leman Russes, but it's quite unpopular. But otherwise, it's just 3 heavy flamers. The only things getting near Leman Russes are 1, you can bait. The issue with that on a Leman Russ is 1, it's just 3 heavy flamers. But the issue with that for them is 5 witches steals their primary. So they have to overwatch your 45-point normal witches, which is not great for them. And you can steal their primary otherwise, or set it up to kill them, or just sending Hellions at that unit. And 3 heavy flamers is going to kill maybe 1 to 2 Hellions at most, which is not scary. So what else do they have that has flamers? Ruggeldorns don't have flamers. Bulgarian obviously are melee. Yeah, Mr. Lee Spencer, do you have like a specific list? Because neither of those armies actually run a lot of flamers. Yes. Sisters runs a good amount of infantry, but very little amount of flamers. Yeah, I think that will be one of the last things I do before I get going. It's actually been Recon Guard. Recon Guard, like that's not a real army. Like I can talk about it as a hypothetical, but that's just not a real army. No one plays it. It won LVO. Yeah, that's just 4 normal flamers. What you do in that army is you take your Hellions and you table them. Griswold does not run any flamers. I went over to Griswold today. Griswold runs no flamers. The army doesn't run anything. It runs tanks and Bulgren. And tanks don't get flamers. Except sometimes Leman Russes will take some. But that's niche because it makes them really bad into other armies. They don't like doing that. But yeah, Recon Guard, like Recon Guard's fake. It's not a real army. No one plays it. Like I said, it won LVO. And then it has not won a single tournament otherwise. Wesley brought it to Worlds and did okay. He did fine. I think it went 6-2, 5-3 or something. That army gets hard countered by EC. Anything with anti, it's a very, I'm gonna say overhyped army. I'm gonna say it because it's like very good in some things and auto loses to other things. Like any army with good OC and good melee, like our army would just beat the shit out of it. Like yes, they can't overwatch you. But Hellions will molest them. Any amount of witches will molest them. They don't like getting revered bombed. Stuff like that. They don't. None of the strats matter because we're an army where most strats in the games don't matter. So a lot of we got all this cool shit doesn't come up because they're like, I need strats to give me lethal hits and ignore cover and sustained hits. None of that shit matters to us. It's all made of paper. But do you have like Recon Guard in your meta, like specifically? Because like I said, no, it's not a real army. No one plays it. One person plays it. That's so funny. Luckily, you do this. You take this button right here. Where is it? You do this. You set the clock, and then you win the turn. You win the you win the game. In reality. But what you should do. All right. So let me look at his list so I can know exactly what he's playing. I also played against Wesley's team at Challengers Cup. Our Death Guard guy played him. Let me see. Let me pull up his list from Worlds. What's his name? There he is. Okay. Got 29. What did he lose to? He lost to... I know he lost to EC. I can't pull up the other list. No. Freaking BCP is broken. He lost to EC and some guy. Who's this guy? Blood Angels. Not surprised about that. Is the guy playing a generic Blood Angels list? He was playing Angelic Characters. Yeah, he was playing Angelic Characters with Antelos. So he lost 2 armies that have Antelos. Like this guy had Desolation Marines. Pretty good into the army that relies on cover saves. But yes, his list is, and they're also, like I said, your local meta, they're going to be bad at it, like straight up. That's just a fact. Bounce Ghost. Oh god, his list is written really annoyingly. Yeah, the Castellans, Command Squad. 20 troopers. Okay, I'm seeing no flamers yet. Some amount of Catachans. Yeah, so he has, it looks like 1 flamer in his army. He has 2 flamers. There's 4 flamers in the whole army. There's no flamers in this army. The only thing that's flamers is the 2 10-man Catachans. So what he'll do is, like, you know what he does. This army has it's a 1-node army. It'll run its 2 to 4 OC. It doesn't have any flamers, I'm telling you. So you don't have to worry about that. I just re-looked at the list. Because all the guys just have Pelta and Plasma otherwise. So he just sticks his 2 to 3 OC models on the objective. Some of them heal. And it uses OC 2. And what you can do is... So here is Hellions. And you know what that army physically can't play against? I'm going to show you. One thing that auto beats that army. We're going to pull up the strats. The hard counter to this army. Yeah, that's somewhat meta. Like I said, that's the only thing that has flamers in that army. Is sometimes you'll bring 1 or 2 Leman Ursus as the vanquishers because they're the cheap ones, so the ones you just throw out in the front, and you might put flamers on them, but that's really it. Like most armies have more Overwatch than that does, so it's like whatever. We're very used to that. That army auto loses to this strat. The whole point of Raycon Cringe Guard is to run at you, move block you, steal your objectives. Doesn't work. Doesn't work. So Hellions get to charge in, molest someone, stand on an objective, maybe pile into someone else. They do nothing back. They fall back. You get to whatever it's called, reactive move forward. They can't move because then they get the funny number. They get this button saying you lose the game. And the guard cannot play around this strat. They have nothing. They have nothing to do. It's very good. People are like, I'm going to 6 and deep strike. I'm like, thank you. I'm going to charge you now. Like, what? So yeah, that's what guard. This is the only thing the guard does is they'll run on the objectives, try to steal objectives, try to move block you. 1, your army can't be move blocked because everything in the army flies, or you even have a strat for witches to fly. So it doesn't work. 2 Hellions, like, you want to see how much damage 50 Hellions does to 20 guardsmen? Oopsies. Let's roll it. Let's roll some. At best, they get 5 ups. At best, they got 1 shot. They died. But realistically, they're getting 6 ups. That is not including you didn't shoot them death. Like, even with 3 up saves, Hellions will kill a good amount of them. Let alone your other random shooting, because you have a shit ton of anti. You have a bunch of random shots that do damage, even through their armor saves. No, they're not going to nerf the strat. I'm going to tell you this. Like, sure, like I have, it's not issues, but hypotheticals like kind of annoy me because on the surface, because a real life example is, remember 3 weeks ago, everyone said Vectrix Guard are going to get hammered, so just be hyped for the data slate. We're going to be good. Vectrix Guards are going to get hammered. And what did not get nerfed? DW decided not to nerf Vectrix Guard. Yes, they did. It was a Leaf nerfed army. So like hypotheticals like that, or like I could have never guessed Hand of the Archon was going to be fixed, which was good because I thought it was specifically designed philosophy to only work on Cabalates and Witches, like for Venoms. But then they fixed Hand of the Archon, which was really nice. Yes, they did. It was very stupid on 3-man. What do you think about cartels? If you know, can you tell me what you think about cartels on the 3? Yeah, it was very stupid. Like, so like that's why hypotheticals are stupid. Like they just kind of are. Like that's not insulting you, but it's kind of, it's a waste of time because like at the same time they could nerf challenge met and then make Incubi cost efficiently and make Cabalite cost efficiently in the same data slate, and then make Cartel and Reaper's Wager actually really good. They could do one, they could do both, they could do neither. I don't know. There's like, it's kind of a waste of brain power to think about it. If they nerf challenge met, fine. It's also what do they nerf it? They make it 3 CP. That's not gonna happen. They make it a 6-inch range. That's still, the strat still works at 6-inch range. Do they, what? That's the only thing you can do to it. Like besides deleting it and fully reworking it, making a 3-inch range. I guess you could do too. Like those are the only 2 nerfs you can do. You can make it to which model? Like those are things. 10 Hellions deletes the warriors with no effort. Everything in army kills the warriors. Like you want to see? Here's a little. Okay, here's a little squad. All right. Choose, and if it's the Chronomancer, if it's the what's his face, they get a 4-up. If it's the other squad, they don't get a save. But we'll just save for posterity. This is the 4-up and we'll save squad. You also implying you did no damage in shooting before, which you would have. Also, what buffs do I have? Attack and toughness. All right, so I have one more attack. Now, here you go. Here's another Lilith attack. Wound and wound. All right, here's Lilith. Here is the ladies. Okay. Freeze. Sergeant. And then the girls. Words. Oh, wait, sorry, I have more attack. One more sergeant attack. Didn't wound. And then what is it? 5 attacks each. And there's 6 1 30 attack. And then the little girls. This is how much, if they don't have an invul save, you have already done 35 damage. 37 damage. They have an invul save. I high rolled, but it's still 15. With Omega high rolling and doing 0 damage beforehand, it just kills them. Like with very little effort. That was with only 1 drug up. Like I said, doing no shooting beforehand, high rolling on the saves, and doing mid on the shoot mailing. So yeah, kill the warriors, very easy. That's like Hellions will molest them. Like Hellion shooting will kill most of them. Like it'll kill half of them. And they can rest some of them, but not all of them instantly. And like, let alone like Reavers, because they can heal after a fight, but if Reavers just do, let's do like 2 Reaver rollovers. They've taken 6 plus, okay, they took 12. You can just kill 12 warriors before you even get into combat. They can't heal yet. They still have to wait until they get attacked. And then they have 8 left before you even fight. Obviously, it was a high roll, but the average is about 10 from 2 Reaver squads. So it kills half the squad before they get there. Get fucked, stupid warriors. Yeah, killing the warriors is not a big deal. All right, and then you want to go to Cabalite Cartel. So what do you? I already talked about the strat specifically. So what do you want me to talk about? Like, what are you looking for, Mister? Who was it? It was no matter. You know, tell me cartel strats enhancements. I can, but what are you looking for differently than what I said in the review or like the tier list or whatever it was. Yeah, you can, if you type it in an answer real quick, that'd be great. I need to go grab something. You respond while I'm gone. I brought my third animal. He's a little goofy. All right, no, it's on. Sadly, he's a border collie. Oh, he likes to stay on my lap. Goodbye. All right. Well, I guess I'll talk about Cartel. I don't know if he's still here. So, man asked about Cartel. This is gonna be the last thing I do before I go because it's been too long. Oh, thank you, Paul. Since I got, let's see how much, I got a good amount, decent amount of viewers. People actually seem to like it. I'll try to do these every week as much as possible. How late is that? Sorry, I got off track. Yeah, I'll try to do these once a week or whatever. Did I not? Well, there we go. Then I'll do it here. Yes, thank you for the doggy. All right, so I think I have a long delay on. Sorry if I do. I'm gonna try and fix that. I'm gonna fix the stream for next time. It'll be good. All the hassles in the morning were really annoying. So, attachability. This is on the surface the strongest attachability in the book. It is the only one that is actively direct heavy damage increase. Sustained and or lethal, essentially army-wide, is so much better than reroll wants to hit. Not even crazy. Obviously, the reroll wants to hit works on any data sheet. But luckily for this attachment, the Cartel units make up like 70% of the book. Like, it doesn't make up Taluses, Chronoses, Racks don't count, and Hellions and Witches. That's it. And then, like, obviously their characters. It's not a lot compared to, like, everything. There's a lot of things. And then I don't care about precision. It's fucking terrible. It's also weird. This one only works in the contract. Like, why? It's fucking weird. I guess it's, like, very easy to kill. This is, like, the easiest contract to do. You have to kill a character. Actually, how does this work? One character unit. No, you've killed the character once you kill the character. So this is, like, niche. It's the easiest one to do. Like, especially against, like, a low invul save character. You're not going to kill them whole lot. They're going to die. Like I said, I showed you low roll with no support. Like, that was not, like, charging 2 squads in. It was Lilith with 1 strat and having 1 combat drag up. Like, if you had, any other combat drag, more damage, any shooting, like, I saw the Reavers do 10 damage in the movement phase, and they can't rest from that, and you just hit them again. Hellions, do more damage than the ladies do. And that was especially the 4-up invul save squad. If they didn't have the invul save, they just automatically took 40 damage. So, usually they take 2 squads of warriors, and 1 squad doesn't have invul save, they die. Your 4-up saves get negated by my EP 3 and 4. So good. So that was like the worst possible instances I showed you, and still just beat the shit out of it. And no, they don't get them all back. They don't res that much. It's what potentially where the positioned 2d3 rerollable followed by 2d3. It's like they're getting back like 8. Then potentially an orb. Like they have a lot. They can't have a lot of things. Like they can have the orb and they can have the buff, but that requires a super big castle. If they're super big castling, then they're losing because they're stuck in their DZ. Lose. But no, killing them is very easy. Like it's easy to kill 20 berserkers, which are substantially more durable than 20 warriors. They'll just kill some 20 berserkers very easily. I've shown it on the stream. I can show it again next time against World Eaters. All right. Cartel. So attachment, amazing. It's very good. It's very easy to use. It's just kind of weird, but it's also very good because it has a very good buff. Plus, it gives you a bunch of paint tokens. Very good. So, very good. Like I said, this is the highest damaging detachment, and it lets you... It's detachment, like I said, why Sky Splinter favors weirdly is because it's a weird mix of Spectral Spite and Cartel. It's supposed to be punching up, but Cartel punches up better. And does Spectral Spite speedy transport things. Spectral Spite does it better. So it's like a weird midway and not as good as either of them. All right, Leash Pay. This thing is garbage. If you have 5 points, you take this. This is not a good enhancement. Like, I don't know what to tell you. It just gives you a 3-up armor save, and then you can waste a pain token to heal 2 wounds back. I guess up to 3. Whatever. It usually at 5 points, so you take this just by per chance. Well, now, since I'm taking Information Network, it will require a 3 Archon, so that's probably not going to happen. Well, this is good. This is a very good enhancement, because I always preach that I think you always, depend on the army design, within reason, a very normal list of most armies needs a hammer unit or multiple. This is the best way to get a hammer unit in this attachment, which is, issue with Incubi in this attachment is they are slow and pre-measurable. But when you have Deep Strike and you Rapid Ingress, especially for free, that solves their issue. And, he gets Rapid Ingress for free, so he can also use his free strat too. If he is the guy in reserves, he's your warlord, he gets to stay in Deep Strike, use the contract strat for free, and still Rapid Ingress for free. Win-win-win. This is great. This is why I also say, even though this costs 5 more points, this is better than the Reaper's Wager Deep Strike enhancement, because the second part of the enhancement is useless because you real charges. You're not going for 9-inch rerolls. But the 5-inch points to get the free Rapid Ingress is way better than the 5 points. Unlike, I would say the Spectral Spite Ignore Overwatch is worse than the Sky Splinter one. I think there's one with Overwatch. Because the 5 more points in Spectral Spite matters a lot. And you get the better benefit of you can just always ignore Overwatch instead of just when disembarking is worse. It's not as worth it. It's not always the cheaper one's better. But in the sense, the more expensive one's better. Information Network. This one is nichely really good. It depends what your list needs and what the meta is. Like at the moment, my first couple lists didn't have it. It was one, I hate Cablites, and 2, I valued the Mandrakes as being infiltrating anyways. Like infiltrating and sticking your what the objectives is cool. It's nice. I don't think that part's too important, but it's there. But just having the more infiltrating is just to be able to protect the board is what I'm valuing at the moment. So it is on the surface good. It's very expensive. Ugh, I don't think it's worth 30 points, but it is there. I am playing at the moment, so good. Towering Arrogance. This shit sucks. I don't know why you would ever take this. 20 points, you get +1 leadership and OC. Whoop-de-doo. It's not worth 20 points. It's your models can't live. Like, Cablites already OC2, so they don't really need help stealing an objective, potentially. Hand the Archon gets up to OC3 on specific targets, so that doesn't need help either. Yeah, it's kind of a waste. Let me see. Second. Let me check if I can fix this delay. I want it to be shorter. Uno momento. Says there was no delay. I don't know. Maybe there isn't delay. Maybe I'm just crazy. We gotta continue. All right, I guess this is bad. There's very little chance you'll ever take it. All these require Archons, so you need 3 Archons anyways, because you're taking both of these first. I don't think you really want to run 3 Archons. I'd rather run Jazzar. I don't think I want 5 Archons, Jazzar, Malice, 3 Archons. That's too much. So you're not gonna take this though. Like, there's niche things like getting. With the delay, I don't know. I'm sorry. I don't know what I was even talking about. What are easy to kill? Maybe it was the Warriors. If yes, they are. They're one of the easiest to kill for our army. Like, some armies can't deal 20 Warriors. Our army, professional T4 infantry molesters. We just kill them with no effort. So yeah, that is one stat check we deal with no effort. But obviously things like Berserkers and stuff are much harder to kill for that type of stat check. The Crusaders that are coming up now, even Race. So luckily Race are infantry, so we have that value. Hellions love shooting at Race. All right, sorry. Towering Irons, not very good. You'll never take it because these 3 are better. Double Cross, the strat sucks and is fucking stupid. Sorry, 1 CP, you pick a unit of the detachment. And you pick any Drukhari, so it works on Taluses and stuff. The issue is it doesn't just convert the attack over, which would make it a good strat. It just converts all the damage into mortal wounds, and the unit just takes it instead. So, like, say you're using it to save some incubi. The incubi you have negated 10 saves at 2 damage. That means the unit you use the strat on just takes 20 mortals. So if that's a Talus squad, they take 20 mortals out of their 14 wounds with the Fatal Pain. They're probably gonna die. It's not worth it. It should just convert the wounds over. It'd be interesting because it's already nichely hard. Because there's a lot of strats that do that. Like the Sisters have that. Let's pull up specifically a better strat. Yes, we should have. That's also the biggest issue. One of the biggest issues. Where is it? British Children. Here it is. One of the biggest issues is we have these units that synergize with shooting, and we don't have guns. That's why one reason why the Scourge is so fucking useless. The Scourge with shard carbines are terrible because we don't have guns to interact with those. Those type of units, like Sisters have it with Castigators. You need mid-tier AP, things like really efficient AP1, but preferably AP2. You need a lot of that to make that ability useful. Not AP0, not AP3 and 4, which we only have AP0 and AP3 and 4. And a low amount of shots because it doesn't work very well. And then Mandrakes kind of. So that ability is not useful here. So if we had like Trueborn Archon Cabalites with like AP2 bolters, like fucking the Dire, if we had Dire Avengers, like that would actually be good. You could use the Scourges and then use the strat and the detachment. You get like AP4 bolters with maybe sustained lethal crits on 5s, reroll hits, go. That's actually a unit that synergizes with these shooting buffs that we don't have. We don't have guns. His army doesn't have guns. It sucks. It's fine. I think guns are lame, to be fair, but we have these weird buffs that doesn't work. Alrighty. Let me show you up the strat. The exact, got distracted a little bit. I have super ADHD. I'm sorry. I literally do. Where is it? Race of Pain. This is essentially the same strat. Well, no, that's how the game works. We're just lucky Scourges still exist. Even though Scourges of any unit in the game should have went to one per unit, because you don't even get 2 special weapons in the unit. You get 1 of each. I built Scourges recently. That day she's stupid. But they're not going to do that. They're not going to go back to the old way because it's for ease of getting into the game. It sucks, obviously, but whatever. This is the strat that is directly comparable to Double Cross, and why Double Cross sucks. This strat just means you fight the enemy unit, which also another reason Double Cross sucks because you use the toughness of your first unit. So everything that's Cabal, except a Ravager, which is funny. You can use this strat on a Ravager, which is nichely funny, is T3. And the unit you're using it on is T whatever. So like say they fight the Cabal unit, so now wounding a T3 unit and converting all the damage to mortals and sending it over to the new unit. So that means you're wounding say you're using this on 2 Chronoses. You're wounding a Chronos on 3s and 2s instead of 5s or 6s. and doing free moral to it. Versus this strat, which just means you have to hit the enemy, which means you use their stats, their toughness, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, it depends. They would just have different rules, but whatever. But the difference with Scourges, like they're very similar to Devastators, but Devastators come with 2 guns. So they kind of make sense that you're allowed to build a full squad of whatever guns. The Scourges just don't make any sense why they're allowed to do that. I think they literally only did that because they understand that the army does not have guns. So they're like, we can't change that yet. But maybe. I don't think Drukhari is getting updated next edition. I think that's cool, but maybe. Just having new models, will be fine. Yeah, so too long didn't read. That strat sucks. It's really bad. It's written terribly. Sorry, take it alive. This strat's great. Because 1, it's any Drukhari unit, so you can use it to just give yourself plus 1 hit in melee. That's just a good strat. Just baseline, 1 CP, any Drukhari unit gets plus 1 hit melee. That's good. That's efficient. It's better than something like, that's strictly better than something like sustained, which is a normal strat, like say, yeah, we do have the least amount of data sheets, if you guys didn't know. People complain about world eaters and Votan stuff. Not Votan anymore, but it used to be. We do have the least amount of data sheets. I think it's fine because our data sheets encompass pretty much everything. The things we don't have are like tanks, which is like whatever. Like you don't expect your card to have tanks, but we have like a lot of the things. One data sheet that was a niche that we lost was grotesques. Sadly, I don't complain about legends. I think complaining about legends would be annoying. Yeah, we need new units. Hey, man. They did give us a kill team. Didn't give it rules for 2 years, and they made it the worst unit in the codex. They did fix it, but it was very funny that they released the Cabalite kill team, and it literally was one of, I think, 2 kill teams. There's only 2 kill teams in the game that didn't have rules. It was one of them. The other one was the Votan one. They didn't have rules for 2 years, and it released as the worst unit in the book, except for maybe the Razorwing Jet Fighter. They're not going to make Trueborn. You know why? Because they had the Archon supposed to be Trueborn. They just, since it's a Cabalite upgrade sprue and not an actual data sheet, they couldn't have given it like a bunch of stuff. But it's definitely the Trueborn. Yeah, sadly. But yeah, back to taking a life and keeping distracted. This strat's just really good because, like I said, say. Well, Reaper's Wager. Reaper's Wager has sustained or lethal. Obviously, it works in shooting too, but we're going to just compare it to the melee version. Yeah. We do need some cope, but like it's also sad. Usually, like when Legends units, they don't change the rules. They just make them Legends and say, "Here's your Legends data sheet." Grotesque. I guess fuck you. They gave them a really good data sheet. Why? Why did you do that? That data sheet was really good. Come on. It also, I think, gives credence to them updating the data sheet to 11th edition. Because I think this is not cope. Don't say it. This is not me saying it's gonna happen, but I think they would have kept them as Finecast if they were planning to not update anything in Drukhari recently. Because if 11th edition doesn't index, which it's almost certainly not going to, we are going to be using our same codexes until our codexes come out. So I think logically we're going to get Coven stuff in 11th edition. Otherwise, I think they would have just kept them. Back to taking a life. So compared to Reaper's Wager, which has in melee, give yourself sustained or lethal, which is in most instances equivalent to +1 to hit. But if you already have those buffs, it doesn't work. A +1 to hit always work. Yeah, I know. Why'd they make it good? Urian's pretty good too. He's interesting. Tantalus is boring and bad. So is the Reaper, whatever the fucking tank thing is called. I think it's called a Reaper. The Grets is really good. They were terrible before. They're like a niche. Like that's like the thing we don't have. Like, we don't have like the elite infantry unit. They took it away. It's like the only like niche we don't have besides tanks. But like we're not gonna have tanks. Even Elder doesn't have tanks. They have one tank. But yeah, Bingo Tesk's back, and don't give them a fucking 6 of armor save. Yeah, so +1 to hit for any unit. Good strat. But then it has a very funny second part. If you kill your contract, you get to shadows in the warp your enemy. So fuck you, shadows in the warp. And this can work on your bonus turn nichely. Like if they charge you their contract into one of your units, you can use a shot and bow shock them potentially in your bow shock for your whole turn. That part's niche, but just a +1 hit against anything, so it makes taking Hellions, like for instance, like in something like Spectacle Spite and stuff, where you get literally like very low amount of buffs for units. Like you have the strat for lethal hits, but so much better using it on a witch unit that it's kind of trolling using it on a witch unit. This strat just works on anything. The second part is extra because it's only contract, so it's very niche. But +1 hit in melee for 1 CP is very good. And then having the second part's really good. So this strat, very good. Big fan. It makes running random Hellions very interesting. That was a long random thing about. All right, and then Tailor Toxins. This is the best part about attachment. This part's insane because of all the pain token synergies. 1 CP crits on 5s either phase. Against the contract specifically, don't cheat. That strat would be fucking the best strat in the game if this thing worked at anything. But it is against your contract, so you can set it up, you know, pre-move it while with the next strat. Sorry, doing some food. But this opens up your army to a million things because you have multiple things. You have Malice giving you sus or lethal. You have an Archon giving you 4 rolls to hit. You have your attachment bonus giving you sus and or lethal. You combine that with crits on 5. You have even Drazar, who has not sus or lethal, but he gets sus or lethal. He gives himself rerolls. He gives you +1 to wound. So you do insane damage on the front end of doing your crits of sus and or lethal, rerolling, potentially rerolling crits on 5s. But then you also aren't just raw dogging, hoping you roll a bunch of 5 for lethals. You also get +1 wounds, so you do damage on the other side. It's and wounds. So that's very value there, even though he's less impressive. But then you have Scourges with lethal or sus on 5s, and then they hit on 4s, you're rolling. So you're like, a Scourge is going from like 3 hits to like 7, or like 3 wounds and a wound. Like the damage, it makes the value of Scourges infinitely higher. Things like that. And like people, like if you want to take the 10-man Mandrake, you can with this, do some damage. This strat's insanely good. Like I said, it makes you kill God. This is why this is the hardest hitting detachment, and why it's like niche. Like this detachment's really good at killing Vetrix Guard. All right, another one. Enemies without number. Obviously, this is very important. I see people complaining about this because it's like a different version of the Tyrannus detachment bonus. I'm going to tell you. I'm going to give you a secret. This is better than Invasion Fleet because you can switch it. Invasion Fleet, you're stuck. So if you're in a combined arms army, you just get one of your buffs. You're just raw dogging, getting sustained and or lethal against whatever you want for the whole game, and you're stuck against everything else. This one you can bounce around, and importantly, you get pain tokens for doing it. So like, it's on the surface annoying. Your contract goes away if you kill them, but you get it back. Yes, that's for your warlord. That part kind of annoying. That's why another reason Web Boy is so good, because you can just keep him in deep strike. He doesn't have to AFK your DZ. That's really good. And like, you know, switching attachment bonus is really good. It's another reason why Spectacle Spite is better. Like, as just the attachment bonus itself is better than Creation's Bow. Because changing your detachment bonus and not preemptively telling your opponent the whole game, all right, I'm going to be +1 attack and +1 ballistic the whole game. Your opponent knows exactly what you're doing. The opponent has to, when playing a Spectacle Spite, has to always play around. Potentially, you can be +2 move this turn. Potentially, you can be +1 weapon skill this turn. They don't know. You just could. So it gets another avenue of brain power your opponent has to deal with that you notoriously they don't have to otherwise. This is really good. Like, it's annoying as a strat. Maybe if this was like a free strat as part of the attachment, a 7th strat, that'd be pretty cool. But whatever. Making a point. This shit sucks ass. This is useless, sadly, because we talked about these things don't have any guns. Even Hand the Archon, they sacrifice half their guns. They take the melee weapons. Like, making one Darkland sit on 3s and AP4, one blaster at like AP4, AP5, hitting on 2s, and then some bolters for 1 that's not gonna do anything. It's useless. This is useless. If like Cavalites, like, if you could use this on a Raider, that would be interesting. So the Raider would have all its buffs, so it would shoot the guns outside, or like a Venom or something. Or GW, let the Venom and the Raiders have the tags like they did in 9th edition. That'd be great. The Venoms have witches on them, and the Raiders have Cavalites on them. Come on. They should have the tags. And the Deadly Deceivers. This is strat. It's flawed. It's like on the surface fine, because then you can have Scourges and all the plain, and you could be +2 AP, ignore cover, but you don't have any guns. You're 5 bolters and 2 medium heavy weapons and 2 shitty special weapons. Whatever. It's not gonna do anything. It's sad. It's sad. And these guys have no guns, so like I don't even know what we're doing here. Deadly Sievers. This is very good because this is any unit in your army. Obviously not any. You're playing Hellions, but it makes Ravagers from pieces of shits to actually playable because they're just a 4-up save Rhino. They're made of negative paper. They shoot once and die, and that's it. This helps them vastly. Obviously, it's very good with Scourges to not get anti-heals to death, or your rapid ingress Hellions coming to chop someone in half, and then they can survive some shooting from something else. It's always just a good threaten. You're not going to use it all the time, but you just know you're like, I can just loan up that. You're like, your opponent has to play around that, which is another reason Spectral Challenge Met's so good, because your opponent always has to play around it, even though you're not using Challenge Met 5 turns of the game, unless your opponent is a psychopath. But yes, that's that. So that is what is good about detachment. This is a detachment ability detachment. There's a lot of attachments in the game that are all-encompassing. This one's mostly all-encompassing, but I would say it's mostly it. So there's detachments that are all-encompassing. Spectral's Fight. You play it because the detachment bonus is pretty good, and the shots are really good. Enhancers are pretty good. Then you have some that are detachment bonuses. You play them. It's almost exclusive attachment. Subterranean Assault. Strats that attachment are garbage. People play it for the 16 deep strike and the real ones. That's it. Enhancements mostly garbage too. And then there's some strat detachments, niche ones that are enhancement strat detachments that you're mostly playing because enhancements are so fucking insane. It's usually combined. Usually people don't do that notoriously. And then like I said, there's strat ones. This is mostly a detachment based detachment. But the strats are fine. They're good. It's not like it's why it's actually playable. It's not like Subterranean Assault where you're only playing for the detachment bonus. That's a very feast or famine attachment. This one, you have one insanely good stratagem, and you have 2 great stratagems, and you have one. This is technically good stratagem, I'm not counting it, and then 2 bad stratagems. So 1 insane, 2 good, 1 mandatory, and 2 bad, and then a very good attachment bonus and some good enhancements. They're not like great. These are fine. These are just normal enhancements. There's nothing to write home about here. So overall, this is like I said, I think this is the second best attachment because this also does a niche of depending on your meta, as I've talked about this before. This detachment is very good. If you're in a meta that spams specific data sheets, like mass infantry meta, mass vehicle meta, the stonks of detachment go into the ceiling. So, no, only take cannons. Splinter rifles are terrible. The splinter rifle even has less shots. It's 2 shots. That shit sucks. Versus the Venoms are actually really good because their shooting is actually very good. It's like randomly really good. Yeah, 2 because there's a heavy bolter, but it's a poison version, which I think in a lot of ways the splinter cannon is better than a heavy bolter. Okay, is it okay? So it has. Are you sure it's not one with rapid fire? Because this is a splinter gun, which is a 2-shot gun. Let me check. I don't know. It doesn't matter. You're taking the splinter cannon every time. But let me check. Because the thing has longer range. It has way longer range because this thing has rapid fire apparently. Oh, that's weird. That's not a splinter rifle GW. You lied to me. Splinter rifle's not rapid fire. There's assault. It doesn't matter. You're not getting it. This thing's bad. Don't take it. Take a splinter cannon. It's very good. It has very good shooting. That's one benefit of Venom. It has very good long range shooting randomly. Just like 6 shots with yeah. I looked it up. That part doesn't matter. You have an infinite amount of shitty AP0 splinter guns in your army that just come for free. Getting splinter cannons, that's different. Yeah, that's what makes Venoms really good. Because when you have like 5 Venoms, like randomly just aiming at an infantry squad, you're like, here's 30 shots that wound on 3s with sustained hits. Yeah, no problem. I think that's gonna be it for today. I actually went like 3 hours longer than I expected. I think like since I got a good amount of people, I'm gonna try and do this every Friday or Saturday within reason if people keep showing up. Yeah. If anyone has any comments or reviews or advice or questions, just put in the Discord, please. In the video section, I will answer them. And I don't know if you have other people, tell them about the stream. It'll be much more better with more people. And that wasn't a correct sentence, but it'll be better with more people. So please tell them about the stream and whatever. So we get more people next time. You know, we had a good amount of people. It's my first stream. I had like 20 people, or whatever, or I don't know, between 15 and 30 people watching at a single time. It's pretty good. You know, helps that I had a decent amount of viewers on my YouTube already. There'll be a video tomorrow morning. Actually, let's do a poll. I'll let you guys decide since you're here. Let me make a poll. I have 2 videos. Let's see. Ask a question. Video versus Sint Legion or me as Blood Angels versus EC Court the Phoenician. Hell, Blood Angels. All right, please vote on that. I'm gonna let you guys pick. I'm gonna go AFK for like 2 minutes, so I'm gonna post whatever video you guys say because I've got this recorded. I'm gonna give you a spoiler. Meet the stream if you don't want to hear. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I get destroyed by Sentinel Agent Cartel, so if you don't want to watch me lose really bad, don't pick that one. Alright, there's a spoiler. But that's the game. Alright, pick one of those, I'll upload that. Alright, I'll be back in a couple minutes. And then I'm going to turn off the stream. Scary. I don't know if Scary would like me. I think it's what he talks about me was kind of slightly offensive. It wasn't offensive, but he said a goofy thing about me. All right, okay, I'm gonna post Cartel. Good enough. All right, thank you, everyone. Like I said, I'm gonna do around the same time next week, either Friday or Saturday. Tell the peoples to show up if you would. That would be great. Like I said, the more people, the better. DE, like I have a besides Scary, but whatever. That's up to him. I'm not gonna reach out to him. It's kind of cringe in my opinion. If he wants to hit me up, that'd be fine. My friend Nick, who's been on the channel many times, he plays Dark Elder, so I can make like an actual talk with him next time. But all right, thank you. Like I said, next time, tell the people, like, comment, subscribe. Yeah, there's no offense to you. It's a fine idea. I'm not offended or anything. I just I don't have nothing against Scary. I don't want to reach out to some guy I don't really know too well or I've never talked to in person. The only thing I've interacted with him is he commented on my post on Reddit a couple times. That's it. But all right, like I said, I'm gonna wrap up now. Thank you all for coming, and you all